The Apple Cup in a minute. For the first time since 2001, the Mariners look ready to clinch the AL West. They are so close. The earliest they can do it is on Wednesday. That feels incredibly possible. They've got 3 against the Rockies. The Astros are hitting the road for a series against the A's. If you remember, the Athletics swept the Astros in their last meeting, which was a 4-game series in July. But let's focus on the team that actually dominated Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Bump, I've been hearing all weekend long, the Mariners made a statement. They made a statement with this sweep of the Astros, and I don't think that's wrong. But what was the statement?
The statement was, we ain't kids no more. We ain't little. I'm growing up. I can handle this pressure. I'm not scared of the moment. And Julio really is the one that started it off. And that was the fun part about that. It's just like Julio threw the first punch. I remember my very first fight I was in. I was in 4th grade. And it was the 4th graders versus the 5th graders recess in basketball.
Does it sound like a Gangs of New York situation?
It was a basketball game. It all started because of the 4th and 5th grade basketball game, right?
5th graders against the great 4th and 5th grade war.
And I'm lighting this dude up, William Sago. I know you're listening. I was lighting him up. Wow. He was supposed to be like the top dog in the school, and I'm like, nah.
You hurt his ego.
I'm taking over.
His pride.
It's my turn now. I'm lighting him up. I'm lighting him up. And the 4th graders finally beat the 5th graders, right? And we're celebrating. Yeah.
It was your time.
Yeah.
It was your time.
And then, recess ends, you have to get in your lines. You go back to your lines. And I see William Sago walking towards me with the look on his face like he wants to fight.
He does.
Right? And before he could do anything, bow, I popped him in the chin.
There you go.
That's right.
That's what the Mariners just did. They saw William Sago walking over to him like, let's get it. And bow, they popped him in the chin.
That was that home run by Julio.
That was a home run by Julio. So, they made a statement, just like I did at Carthay Center back in the early 90s.
I know that's right.
Yes.
A big part of this also, this one Saturday, Robles' diving catch to save the game.
A look back at second. The 0-1 pitch. Slider swinging a fly ball into shallow right center field. Hustling in, diving for the ball. Making the catch is Robles. The throw into second base. They are going to double up Myers. Holy smokes, what a play. A season-saving diving catch by Victor Robles in right center field. The toss into second and double up Myers, and the ball game is over. The Mariners hang on and win it.
Again, that I like maybe a top play of the season so far. I was going through thinking of all the other clutch moments this team has had to get some really, really important wins. A lot of them like walk-off moments. Leo Rivas, there was this big series against Texas a while back that Seattle ends up taking. You've had Julio with some big clutch plays, but man, and I don't know about anyone else, but when I watched this in real time, initially I didn't know that Robles caught it. I thought he dove for it and it hit the ground. I definitely thought it would hit. I thought that's an RBI right there. Dove for it, and then you realize he has it, but like the cameraman like immediately starts following Myers. Like I don't think anyone knew what was happening except for Victor, JP Crawford, and Polanco, who are both yelling at him like, yes, throw it quickly. Classic. Was it like a 9-4-6 put out there? Just amazing play.
That was I'm just laying it all out. I'm going to make this play. I'm not scared of the moment. And it's fitting because of the way Robles went out to start the season, right? Going all out, making a play, diving into the net, and then to kind of seal the deal, he makes that play. And you kind of see Julio. Julio's like, am I going to make this play? He feels Robles to his left side, so he slows down a little bit, allows Robles to make the play. Robles makes the play, gets up casually, tosses it to second base. And you just felt all the emotion, man. Robles just showed his athleticism and just not being afraid to make the play. I don't think people understand what that takes in that moment to look. This is risky. If I don't make this play right here, obviously Julio's behind him. Maybe he picks it up, but disaster could happen. And he wasn't scared, man. I was hyped. I was in the airport in Oakland watching that on my phone.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was replaying it over and over and over, and just like Myers looking back, everyone is confused. The Astros bench, there was a cool bird's eye view that someone posted. The Mariners start losing their minds once they realize Victor stands up and has it, and then the Astros, no reaction whatsoever. Yeah. They know. It's absolutely. Not only do they know it's done, but they just have this feeling of just frustration, like we're just walking away. The 7th spot was absolutely phenomenal, and I cannot tell you how cool it was, not just to see JP's grand slam,
The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball deep to right field. Cole going back, looking up, and goodbye baseball. Grandma, get out the rye bread and mustard. It is grand salami time. J.P. Crawford with his second grand slam of the season, 12th home run of the year. And the Mariners now lead the Astros 5-0 here in the top half of the second.
Curtis, one of my favorite parts was your story of telling about hearing it, because it really did feel like just an unbelievable series of fortunate events for Seattle that you thought you were listening to a commercial for a minute.
Yeah, so I was leaving our building after my portion of the Seahawks broadcast was done, and in the hallways when broadcasts are going on, you can kind of hear faintly what's being broadcast on all three stations in our building. And so the Seahawks broadcast comes from a little inside radio here. It comes from the 97.3 FM studio, which is across the newsroom from us. So I'm walking past our stations here. I walked past our station here at 710, Seattle Sports, and I hear faintly Rick Riz doing his rye bread and mustard call, paying homage to the late, great Dave Niehaus. And I'm kind of like, oh, well, there's probably some commercial, get your postseason tickets reserved now. And then I glance down at my phone and see the Mariners are up 5-0. And I was like, wait, that may have actually been a grand slam. And so then I kind of turn around and take a peek at the monitor here in studio, and sure enough, JP's rounding the bases, and I'm just like, holy cow.
Yeah.
Like, when he hit that grand slam, it just really ratcheted things up, and it was like, okay, this is for real. Like, they're going to pull this off.
Bump, you were on the Seahawks broadcast and knew this one was coming.
Yeah, we're doing the post-game show, and we're talking, and then I get a text from you guys, holy crap, blah, 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 and I go, something big is about to happen. So the broadcast was behind, I guess, the one we were watching. So I told Moyer, Big Ray, NASA, ZD was there. I said, y'all might want to watch this. And then, bow. And I love the way JP pimped that, too, looking at it for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It was a statement, man. This was – and to do it at their house, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm in your kitchen making a sandwich. Crumbs are everywhere. I'm not cleaning it up. Like, we are here now. It was huge, man. I haven't been – that hyped in a long time. And I was telling Moyer, like, as an athlete, you search for that adrenaline rush. Like, your whole life, I searched for an adrenaline rush. And that was the closest I've gotten in a long time to feeling the rush, like when I used to play.
I've seen some Astros fans either try to cope or take away from this by being like, oh, the Astros are so beat up. And look, they are. They've had a horrible injury luck this year. But that's kind of the story for some kind of team somewhere every single year. Any team that wins a division, goes to the playoffs, gets to a World Series, has gotten lucky at some point, either by virtue of that's just your era. You've got this great group of players. You lucked out on a free agent signing, whatever it is. You end up staying healthy for a period of time. What the Astros did for so long was wildly impressive, and give them credit for that. But, by no means is this not an impressive Mariners team. This is maybe the most complete Mariners team that I've watched, certainly as an adult and probably since I was a teenager. Not only that, but your pitching showed up in this one. Finally, you were seeing some of the pitching that you were so used to seeing last year. I know there were moments that were frustrating, moments where you thought, oh, no, is this kind of a return to some more uneven performances this year? 1 run allowed over 17 innings from Kirby, Gilbert, and Wu.
Yeah, pitcher was on point. Wu set down 7, gave up a hit. Kirby set down 7. It was this series was the Seahawks game on Sunday. Complete offense, defense, specials. Like, you had your pitching, defense was on point. You're hitting bombs. I mean, that first game, Julio bomb, Suarez bomb, Robles bomb, Naylor bomb. Like,
felt like landing punches.
Yeah, that first game wasn't a finesse game. It was dominant. It was powerful. So it was nice to see everything come together at the right time, because a lot of it is timing too. You want to be playing your best ball at the right time. With all that being said, look, I'm happy, but I'm giving them to Kobe. Job's not finished.
Oh, no, I don't.
Job's not finished. I'm happy. Let's enjoy this.
Yeah.
I'm with you. The boys are playing some good ball, but let's finish this thing off, man.
You know what? I think that was the tone that a lot of the players had. First of all, this was Cal Raleigh asked what the sweep of Houston means.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you couldn't ask for a better 3-game set. Obviously, there's a lot on the line, and I give credit to the guys here in this clubhouse. Never flinched, and brought the same energy every day, the same focus. Wasn't satisfied after 1 win or 2 wins, and we finished the job. And but we still got ways to go. We still got some work to do at home, and we just got to keep bringing that same kind of energy.
A classic athlete mentality for that kind. I knew coming from Bump, coming from Cal, JP was interviewed and said the same thing, where he was like, yeah, I mean, it's really cool. He's the longest tenured Mariner. He's experienced a ton of heartbreak and frustration at the hands of that team, particularly at their house, formerly Minute Maid. And even then was like, yeah, it feels really good. You're excited, but we're not done. We still have to win. And they do. Literally, they haven't clinched a playoff spot now. Overwhelmingly likely that they will. We'll talk about some of those scenarios and what the current playoff picture looks like coming up at 10:30. But you're right, Bump. Job's not done. What do you need to see in the final 6 games? Want to see even?
Consistency. Keep it rolling. It's weird, man, to ask them to keep doing what they're doing. They won, 14? How many of their last 14, last 15 games they've won, I believe. Is that correct?
14 and 15.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels irresponsible to ask them to keep on rolling the way that they are. But this is the position that you're in, and it's a position of privilege. You've earned this position. You've had some help as well, but just consistency, man. It's more about the pitching, though, right? If the pitching can continue to be what they've been the last, couple weeks, they got a chance because they're liable just to get hot. All you need is a couple of bats. I mean, Dom Canzone comes in, pinch hits, and drives around it. You know what I mean? It's like everyone is contributing to this thing. I believe in the bats. I believe in the arms, but the arms have to lead the charge.
Yeah, I think clinching the West is really when you feel like you did it. Again, we'll talk about how they can clinch a playoff spot even before Wednesday. But I think very specifically the AL West. Not since 2001. Brady, how old were you in 2001?
I was 3 years old.
Think about that.
Oh, I have.
You know what I mean?
I've suffered through
Every day of my
many
life.
years, just like you. My whole youth, teenage years,
I think this is going to apply. Like, I think I was doing an interview with 650 Sportsnet up in Vancouver one time, and there obviously are a lot of Mariners fans being on the West, but a ton of Blue Jays fans too. But I was trying to explain, at the time, Seattle hadn't been to, it was like early 2022. At the time, Seattle hadn't yet been back to the playoffs. And I was trying to explain just how long that gap is and making it clear that I have friends where we were in 7th grade and now they're married with children is like the best way that I could articulate it, where I was like, there are people who have gone an entire generation. Now, Brady, not since you were 3, we also have like Ian's not here today, who wasn't even born the last time the Mariners won the AL West. You know what I mean? Like, that's so long.
Babies.
And part of the statement you're making, Bump, you talked about, that it's your turn, punch him in the mouth, be the kid that swings first. Like, that's a huge part of the statement, too. I think another part of it is that things do feel different. How many times do we hear people say, every time, typical Mariners, when they got swept by the Yankees in New York, and it was before we went into that series against the Tigers, people are like, just season's done. Typical Mariners. Typical Mariners. You can't feel good about anything. And then the vibe shift is real. You sweep the Tigers, at the time the best team in, God, if not baseball, certainly the American League. Go in, Cal wins the home run derby. You come out, take 2 or 3 from Houston. So the shift really starts there. But the reason people felt that way is not because they don't know baseball. It's because they've felt that way so many times before. I feel like part of the statement is you can feel other ways, too. You can feel more optimistic about this team. I agree with you, Bump. Job's not done. And even yesterday, that first solo shot to make it 7-1, I felt nervous. And I was like, why do I feel nervous right now? Oh, because this team has lost in almost improbable ways before.
Man, if they trick this off, this is going to be the worst collapse of all time.
They won't.
They better not trick this off.
It's not happening.
Don't trick it off, please. I think the people deserve this. The team deserves it too, man. Management deserves it. They've done a great job with the team this year. And the stars are playing like stars. Julio's playing like Julio. I saw a stat amongst active players, Julio is one of like 4 or 5 to have 4 seasons of 20 home runs, 20 stolen bases, and a WAR of like 5+. And he's 24 years of age. Everyone else who's an active player who has that stat are in their 30s. Julio's playing like a star. Naylor comes over. He is the emotional leader of this team. Even if he's not upfront with it, we feel it. We see it. Naylor's the leader there. Cal Raleigh having the calmness of a sniper in the military. You know, you got Robles, who is just a wild card out there making plays. Like, everyone who needs to make a play is making a play right now. And that has to continue for them to do this, because they're not the type of team that has so much talent that all they got to do is show up, right?
Yeah.
They're not the Yankees or the Dodgers or whatnot. They have talent. They have enough talent to compete with them. But the margin for error is so slim with this group. And for them to go out and play the way that they played, knowing the situation, going to the Astros house and doing all that, it shows some maturation. So it's about building off of that and just make this who you are. Don't make it just, this is who we are in September. No, this is who you are from here on out.
It's a Reaction Monday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. We haven't even talked about the Seahawks' big win yet, so let's get to it with headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, the Seahawks didn't break a sweat at all in their 44-13 blowout win over the Saints. What's the real headline?
Turns out you can not only win a game before the fourth quarter, but also in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was a 21-0 with 7 minutes and 22 seconds left in the first quarter. It was impressive. It was ridiculously impressive. You got a punt return by Horton, 95 yards, the longest in team history. You have a block punt by D'Anthony Bell, guy who just got called up. Chaz Surratt, I'm sorry. Surratt, yeah. With a big hit to Spring Horton. Then could have scooped and scored on that block by D'Anthony Bell. Sam Darnold going out back-to-back weeks where the offense puts a drive together and the opening drive to score a touchdown, which is beautiful. I haven't had that feeling watching or covering a Seahawks game in a long time. I was trying to figure out when was the last time I felt like this game was a wrap in the first half. But good by them. You took care of business. Beat the team you're supposed to beat.
Yeah, the weirdest part was looking at the stats in the first 10 minutes and seeing up 21-0 with something like, they have like 15 yards rushing, or like just.
They barely touched the ball.
That's what I'm saying. It like time of possession through, I would say, partway through the second quarter was like single-digit minutes.
At halftime, it was like 20 minutes, like 9 or something.
It was
like
just absolutely crazy, the impact, not only from special teams, but the defense was just getting it done. That Saints offense, we knew that the Seahawks were favored by a touchdown heading into this one. The Saints still nearly beat the 49ers. Again, they had a missed field goal, fumbled the ball in field goal territory in a 5-point game. They had a 1-score loss to the Arizona Cardinals in week 1. They're not a good team, period. But it's not like they've been absolutely beaten down by opponents. Both of their losses prior to this week were by 8 points or fewer.
Me, Debbie Downer here. They had a guard playing tackle. They activated a guy from practice squad.
It was bad. It was all bad.
There was some stuff working against these guys. Spencer Rattler took care of the football for the most part through his first interception. You beat a team you're supposed to beat, but you beat them in a way that I don't think anyone expected.
Headline rewrites.
Speaking of blowouts, the Huskies beat the brakes off the Cougs in the Apple Cup 59-24 on Saturday. What's the real headline?
Bit of a cell phone. The only good news for Cougs is that us Huskies are going to feel this in about a week.
Hey, big ups to my
Looking
Cougs.
forward to that one.
Y'all made it interesting for 3 quarters. For 3 quarters, you're like, all right.
I was a little nervous.
You never felt like they were going to win the game, but they were close enough to keep you locked in and trying to and paying attention to what was going on. Here's the problem, though. Zevi should have been starting the whole dang year. Like, what are we doing? Like, Zeviak is big ups Culver City High School, went to my high school. He needs to be the starter moving forward, man. The Huskies didn't beat us down the way I thought they're going to be. I know the score is, 54 to 29 or something like that?
59-24.
All right, so
Even
they cover the
worse than you
spread.
thought.
Cover the spread. Vegas is crazy. They
It
always
was
seem to get it right.
31-24 in the third, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was close
First,
for a
we
while.
don't need that right now.
It was close for a while. That pick six really, that's where things started going downhill for us. But no, man, Huskies did what they're supposed to do. But
Yeah, we did.
I still walked away a richer man.
Oh,
Bump,
yeah.
did you see
I lost a bet.
Did you see a Coug picked off a Husky yesterday, though? In the NFL?
Who's that?
Chow Smith-Wade picked off Michael Penix in return for a touchdown.
There we go. Win or lose, we boost.
Nothing to do with it. That's what I'm talking about. Pick 6, win or lose, Cougs boost.
Headline rewrites.
Oh,
Headline 3, the Niners beat the Cardinals to move to 3-0, while the Rams blew a 19-point second-half lead to the Eagles. Philadelphia ended up winning that one. What's the real headline?
Turns out winning is tougher when you're not facing the Saints, Texans, and Titans.
Yeah.
Seahawks with the toughest first 2 weeks of those 4 teams.
Yeah, man. Niners are beat up. Cardinals are interesting. This
Just lost
NFC
Connor, though.
West is, Connor's gone for the season, right? I didn't see the injury, but I heard it was pretty nasty.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it? No, I heard it was pretty nasty. No, the NFC West is crazy. The top, 3 leading receivers in the NFL right now are all from the NFC West, too. You got Puka Nacua, you got JSN, you got Pearsall as well.
Good point.
A talented division here, man. It's going to be interesting. So hopefully the Seahawks keep things rolling on Thursday night football, going to the desert to beat down the Cardinals. Let's get it rolling.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Only division where every single team has right now a winning record. And I don't think it's a coincidence that they're playing the 2 worst divisions in football. Like, 49ers have the easiest schedule in the league this year. The Seahawks have a pretty easy schedule. That will be in the NFC West's favor. They're just going to eventually need to beat up on each other. But outside of playing those NFC West games, you've got some really favorable matchups. So curious to see for Thursday night. I always have a bad measure of exactly who the Cardinals are, where they are until a good portion into the season. You know what I mean? I'm never quite sure what to expect.
Because the Cardinals, they got talent on the roster.
Yeah.
You see it. It's just they could never just put it all together. And that's been the struggle for the Cardinals ever since Larry Fitz left. So keep the struggles rolling.
The Mariners can clinch a playoff spot as early as tomorrow. We'll tell you how next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Houston, you have a problem.
Strike 3 called and it's over. They sweep aside Houston.
It's the biggest series win for the Mariners in decades.
3 games in front of the Astros.
With the M's in the driver's seat to win their first division title in 24 years.
Whatever your job is, keep it going.
It's back home to T-Mobile for the final 6 games of the regular season. Tomorrow night on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. Home of your first place Mariners.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box perks along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt ductless heat pump system from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at homecomfortalliance.com.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. What about when you want to sell your car, though? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how can you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Stacy Rost here, and that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $800,000 to their customers. You can go to the website to see pictures of giant checks for yourself. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're wondering right now. How are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage, no more headaches. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. It's just that simple. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So, I have good news and I have good news. What do you want first?
The good news.
Okay, here we go. The Mariners can clinch a playoff spot as early as tomorrow. They do not play today. The Astros don't play today. So naturally, you're going, well, wait a minute. If the magic number is, technically 3, they have the tiebreaker, so it makes it a bit different. But then how can they do that? Well, the Mariners can clinch a playoff spot, not the AL West, a playoff spot with a win over the Rockies tomorrow and a Yankees win. The Yankees are playing the White Sox.
That makes sense.
I'm feeling
Makes complete sense.
good about it. The reason has to do with tiebreaker scenarios. Seattle has the tiebreaker over every team besides the Yankees. And so you want to take the Yankees. Credit to, I saw this on the Mariners subreddit, and then Adam Jude posted a column explaining all the tiebreaker scenarios today as well. It basically takes the Yankees out of any tiebreaker situation involving the Mariners. So you just have outright a tiebreaker over every other team behind you in the American League race. So at minimum, you make the playoffs with a Yankees win tomorrow and a Mariners win tomorrow. Okay. That's it. That clinches it. And then you get a second celebration if you end up, let's say, taking 2 from the Rockies and the Astros lose to the A's. Oh, well, look at that.
A's ain't playing too bad either.
No, the A's
Yeah,
are
he's been
solid.
balling since the All-Star break.
Yeah, they
honestly.
also swept Houston the last time they faced them in a 4-game series. Mopped them.
Mopped him.
Yeah. So that's the good news. The good news is, again, that the Mariners look poised to not only win the AL West, but also take the number 2 spot, because what the heck is happening with Detroit and Cleveland? Moving in opposite directions here. Detroit bump at one point had a 15.5-game lead on Cleveland and has lost that. Cleveland now has leapfrog Houston for that final wild card spot. These two teams are about to face off with a series. It looks like you're going to get the bye, number 2 seed, and very obviously the AL West.
Makes me nervous, man. I don't
Why?
like talking like that. I don't like talking like, oh, this is
Your odds of
probably
getting
going
it
to
are like
happen.
98%.
This is probably, I know, man, but just because I've never seen it with this team.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Nor have I.
I've never seen it, so it's like, yeah, that's probably going to happen.
Yeah.
But I don't even want to talk about it because it makes me nervous because there's still like a level for them to reach. But you're right. I mean, you look at the numbers, the odds, all the scenarios. It's looking very good for the Mariners, and they should get this done. And I'm so anxious for them because I want it for them. I want it more for them than anybody. I want it for JP. I want it for Kyle. I want it for Julio. I want it for those guys because I understand what it can do mentally for them and for this organization. So, yeah, it's looking good. Take care of business, win your games, and get some help from the Yankees, and all will be well.
Carl Ravitch joined Brock and Salk this morning to talk about where he'd rank the Mariners in the American League right now.
Yeah, given the uncertainty of the league, if you were power ranking the American League teams right now, they and probably Toronto are 1 and 1A. Yeah, I certainly was reconvinced because we don't see Seattle very often how good they are. And yeah, that was a great 3-game sweep for them, no doubt about it.
So if the playoffs started today, let's say, you get your bye, you'd be the number 2 seed, and you would face the winner of Cleveland, Detroit. Again, if that happened right now, Houston can still get that wild card spot. Shoot, I mean, they could still technically win the West. You haven't clinched it, yet, excuse me. But overwhelmingly, you're looking at the path being, okay, one of Boston or New York faces the Blue Jays. One of Detroit, Cleveland faces Seattle. I kind of like Seattle paired up with almost everyone except for New York, who even when they were in their valley this year, are just a team that I don't like facing.
Yeah, because New York is...
And you wouldn't have to.
They're the type of team that just says, just get to the playoffs, and we'll handle everything else. You know what I mean? It's like the Golden State Warriors. You know, they were like, just get to the playoffs and we'll turn this thing on. That's how I look at the Yankees. There's some teams where you feel like, look, all we got to do is get to the dance, and we have enough firepower to turn this thing on and play at a different level. So yeah, I'm with you with the concerns when it comes to the Yanks, but I'm also like, anybody can get it.
Yeah.
If they are playing, they continue to play like the way they've been playing, anybody can get it. So that's what I want to see. Just continue this play. You know, keep that steady ascend to greatness.
Yep.
And stay hot.
American League still wide open. Again, someone said, why are you talking like that? Stop it. And I totally get it. The Mariners have not clinched a spot yet. Only one team in the American League has even clinched a playoff berth, that being the Blue Jays, who not only look like they're certainly going to get the AL East, but the number 1 seed. Everyone else technically still playing for playoff spots, though it looks very, very much like New York is going to be one of those spots. And while you don't like me saying it, it looks very much like Seattle's going to be one of those spots.
It's your job. You got to lay out the facts.
Yeah.
It's looking like it. It's just it's nervous. It's a little nervous over here.
I totally get it. What if I said, does it make you more or less nervous or no change at all if I said that Fangraphs gives the Seattle Mariners the highest odds to win a World Series?
I don't care about Fangraphs.
Of anybody.
I'm not talking. I'm talking like.
It makes me more nervous.
Including the Brewers who've already clinched
Including
the
the
NL
Dodgers.
Central, including the Dodgers, including
Makes me
the
more
Phillies
nervous.
who've clinched the
It's expectations. They have legit expectations right now.
I'm getting fitted for my ring right now.
Bro, I got my
Goodness
tattoo
gracious.
yesterday. I'm just waiting for it to heal.
Y'all wild. You guys, what was it Jason Terry who got the trophy tatted
right
on him
before
before
the
they
series
won?
started.
Oh, no.
And they ended up winning.
Yeah, so it ended up being okay. I hope my World Series tat holds up. the entire back. So
it'd be different. Like, say they accomplish all these things. They make it. They win the division.
Sure.
They make it to the playoffs.
Okay.
I won't even say World Series. They just make a run into the playoffs. The following year, if they are in this position again, I'll feel better because I'm like, all right, they're battle tested. They've proven that they can handle that. You know, you have to get that heart rate up and be in a situation you've never been in before. So that's what it is. I believe they can do it. You know, but it's watching your kid take their first step. Like, you're standing up, they're wobbling. They're wobbling. Is he going to take the step? They take the step. You're like, all right, take another step. That's how I feel right now. They have stood up. Their diapers are heavy, and they're trying to take one step forward.
Curtis, I have a clinch question. The magic number is 3. Someone said, well, technically with the tiebreaker, it's like a 4-game lead. Why is the magic number to get the division, not 2? I understood it as the Mariners clinch the West with 3 as their magic number, combination of Mariners wins and Houston losses.
Yes. So
is it really 2?
No, it's 3.
Yeah.
So you still got, you're going to need some help from Houston, which you should probably get. I mean, the A's are playing really good baseball here in the season's second half, and as we just saw, the Astros look very beatable. So I would not be stunned to see an AL West title come to Seattle here within the next 72 hours.
And again, you are facing the Rockies tomorrow. The Yankees are facing the White Sox tomorrow. If you both win against the 2 worst teams in baseball, you're in the playoffs. So I completely understand. Trust me, born and raised. I understand the feeling of what are you doing? I'm just laying out the facts here that you, the Mariners, can clinch a playoff spot tomorrow if you and the New York Yankees, top 3 teams in home runs, simply beat a team with 112 losses and the White Sox, a team with only the Pope on their side.
That would be kind of cool to pull up the standings and see a Z next to the Mariners' name. Never seen that before. First time. Not
that hurts my feelings.
Not until the season
playoff
actually ended. The season actually ended. That'll be cool. I want to see that.
What we haven't really seen from them in a long time is that X.
And I'll take
clinching
the
the division.
Facts.
Yeah.
I'll take a Z or an X.
I'll take all the letters. A Y.
Not an E.
Not an E.
I want to know, and I know this sounds very presumptive of me and whatnot, but
I mean, I was just talking about the World Series, so
exactly. But do you go all out for a celebration after clinching a playoff berth? Do you pop the champagne for that, and then also pop the champagne for the division, or you save it for potentially winning the division?
You pop bottles whenever you have an opportunity to pop bottles.
No, I think you pop bottles only for the division, because here's the thing. Let's say you pop bottles on Tuesday.
You're having 2 hangover games?
Exactly.
So you want to go in.
You want to go into game 2 against the Rockies with your head pounding while you're at the plate going, oh, God, I can't.
No. You pop bottles whenever you can pop bottles.
Sure.
Especially in baseball. They pop the most bottles.
What if hear me out. What if on Tuesday you pop Cooks? You know what I mean? And then
just have a couple of seltzers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe just some claws.
Seltzers.
You know what I mean? You just
rosé.
party with some claws. And then Wednesday, Thursday, whatever it ends up being, I'm knocking on wood before anyone yells at me. Hypothetical, you win the West. Hypothetical, maybe then you know what I mean? Then you do cool stuff. You're using swords to open the bottles. I've seen people do that.
That's what I love about baseball. Is they pop bottles for everything. All right, you make it to the playoffs, pop bottles. You win a series, pop bottles. They are popping them things. Any other sport, you only pop bottles when you win the big one, the final one. Baseball, keep that thing rolling, man. Pop bottles,
Get
Bud
those
Light,
goggles
give me the
on.
goggles, cover up the lockers. I want these guys to celebrate everything,
I don't
celebrate
want it to be
everything.
A situation like how it was with OKC after they won their title and just left everything untouched because they're all Gen Z and they're like, what do we do with this? I don't know what we do with all
don't
this
know how to
champagne.
celebrate.
Yeah, it's no, you're supposed to spray it all over the locker room.
Yeah.
Lame.
Having been
everything with OKC is lame.
Having been in the clubhouse when the Mariners clinched in 2022, there was champagne all over the place. I regretted wearing the outfit I did because it just was ruined.
Oh, you were in there?
Yeah. Me, Brandon, I think Lefko. It was a huge chunk of reporters that were down there, and I was like, this is insane. It's raining champagne in here. I'm ducking and dodging, trying to record stuff with my phone. Yeah, so I'm guessing the champagne bottles are coming out twice.
I could imagine you just getting lost in all that stuff.
I was so scared. Justin Hollander just did a quick, you wore the wrong shoes for this. I was wearing these, leather boots where I was like, oh, no.
Don't wear suede.
Yeah, that was my mistake. It's just everything was ruined. All right. We have not even talked too much about the Seahawks, who had a blowout win over the Saints, the highest scoring Seahawks game in 2 years. That's coming up next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
They did it in a fairly dominant fashion out there in Pittsburgh. How surprising is that to you?
You saw some growth, right? You saw a little bit better offense, a little bit better, both combination of running the ball and tying your play action in together on that stuff. So those things to me were good.
Get every can't miss conversation on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. To celebrate the start of football season, the guys at Harley Exteriors are offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Stacy Rost here. It's time to recognize a woman in our sports community with the 2025 Women of Inspiration Award. The nominations are in, and the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events, needs your help selecting a winner. Voting is open now until September 26th at woiseattle.org. The winner will receive a generous cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Help honor a local woman today. Vote by September 26th at woiseattle.org.
This is where you hear every moment of Cal Raleigh's historic season.
Holy smokes, the magical year continues.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Do you need a new roof? Then visit 3treeroofing.com to get $500 off your roofing project by scheduling a free estimate. Three Tree Roofing's certified team builds a custom plan for your home using top-tier materials with industry-leading warranties. All of their install crews are factory certified to ensure that your roof can handle any weather Seattle can throw our way. Don't wait until leaks turn into expensive damage this rainy season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
How did the Seahawks blow out the Saints? And this is really bump a conversation about, like, how much can you take from a win against a bad team? No offense to the Saints. I don't know that many of their fans would say they're anything but. They got a tough one coming up against the Bills. That being said, I do think some wins feel different. I would have felt differently about this game had we been watching a Seahawks team trail the Saints, turn the ball over, really struggle, and then win in the final few seconds with like a field goal to just, win by a point or whatever. I would have felt differently, and I think everyone else would too. You'd be leaving the stadium breathing a sigh of relief, but also feeling like, oh, God, I got some concerns. I got some big concerns because this is not a good team. Instead, you could have left the stadium in the first quarter and ended up being fine. Now, you didn't because a lot of you paid a lot of money to be there. But I think that this was a win that mattered because it was so dominant.
Yeah, it's you got style points with this one. And you took advantage, right? The offensive line had some guys missing. There's some shuffling there. You got Spencer Rattler, who's leading the charge for the Saints. Not a horrible quarterback, but probably not your franchise guy. There's a reason why you drafted Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. The main thing was trying to just corral Kamara. You did exactly that. You felt like they're going to win this game, but blowouts don't happen often in the NFL. This isn't college, right? Even the worst teams put up a decent fight and lose by 1 or 2 scores. You typically don't get games like this, 44-13? You don't do that. So the style points, and it was about getting better every week. You lost to an Irish team you felt like you should have beaten. You beat a Pittsburgh team who was solid, and you blew out a Saints team that's considered one of the worst teams. You did what you were supposed to do. So, yes, you checked some boxes. You made some plays, and for the second week in a row, special teams puts points on the board.
Mike Macdonald postgame talked about Torrey Horton's big day.
I mean, just how he's attacked the whole process since he got here. We had ambitions for him to be our punt returner, and we're talking about countless reps and hours of preparation, and he's playing really decisive right now. And I can't wait to watch the play on our punt return unit and who sprung blocks and how we set the whole thing up. So I can't tell you exactly what happened in that play, but anytime you spring a return like that, there's got to be some critical blocks that have to be executed. So hopefully I'll see those, and I'll give them a shout out next time we get together.
I could not believe it was the first punt return for a touchdown since 2015. Tyler Lockett's rookie season, first time since then. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, punt returns are hard, man.
Yeah.
They're tough. And you never really had anybody back there that you felt comfortable with, right? Last year was the young man they grabbed from Cleveland. Forgot his name. Jaden, I think his name was. Jaden something. Anyway.
Jalen Darden.
Thank you, Jalen Darden. But you never really had a dynamic type of guy back there. You really just put guys back there that you felt were going to possess the football and make sure the offense gets the rock. Now you drafted a rookie who is real comfortable back there. I was watching the game with Brian Walsh, who's a return guy, and we both noticed you can tell when a returner is comfortable when his feet look set. Like he's behind. It's like when a center fielder is getting behind the ball, right? A pop-up. He gets behind it. He's setting up for the curl hop to throw it in. That's what it's like with a punt return. When the returner is behind it, he's settled, his feet are set, and he's ready to make a play. Every week he's gotten better and better and better. And now that he's taken one to the house 95 yards, there's something special that happens with the return team. Now guys block even harder because they know we got a guy back there that can take it to the hood. So, yeah, man, big ups to Torrey Horton.
Mike Macdonald talked about not being satisfied despite that big win.
Well, I think when they moved the ball, we'll look at it, but from my perspective, we made some decisions that we've been making smarter decisions in those moments. A couple of those penalties that extended drives, some of the execution on third down. So there's room to grow.
Does not surprise me at all that Mike Macdonald continues having a growth mindset, including after dropping 44 most points scored by the Seahawks in 2 years. Were there any areas of growth where, again, within context of it being a win, where you were like, be interested in seeing a little less of that, or like I'd be interested to see where they can grow there?
I mean, you would like to see the run game numbers be up, but I'm going to talk about in Fort Allen territory why the run game was the most effective it's ever been, even though they rushed for 80-something yards. So, yeah, you would like to see those numbers be up a bit. Earlier in the game, it felt like the pass pro wasn't the greatest, but there are always things to work on, man, because someone's going to lose a battle on every snap. It's rare that you get all 11 guys winning their battles, dominating. If that were the case, then you would score touchdowns on every play. It just doesn't happen like that. So, yeah, pass pro early was a bit shaky. You want to get the run game, but they settled in and figured it out.
I think anytime a team finishes with 40 or more points in football with it, which is very, very difficult to do, it's very easy to leave feeling like they answered a lot of questions offensively. Now, we know from watching this game that a lot of those points were because of special teams. And, yes, the offense still had some explosive plays. We liked a lot of what we saw. I think it's more important for the Seahawks coming out of week 2 to look at the other column, and that being the opponent points. This is now the third consecutive week bump where you've allowed 17 points or fewer from an opposing team.
Yes, the fifth time in franchise history that they've gone 3 games in a row to start the season allowing 17 points or less. I think that's a great point. Your defense is taking care of business. If your defense is going to allow 17 points a game, you're going to win a Super Bowl. All right, that's simple as that. You are going to win.
That's math. We can't
easy
explain
numbers.
More of it.
So let's track that. 17 points or less, Super Bowl. Now I can talk about getting a ring for the Seahawks.
All right, so Bump teased a few important questions that he's going to answer coming up in about 20-something minutes at 11:15. Before then, when you have a 44-point game, you got a lot of highlights going over the plays of the game from the Seahawks blowout win over the Saints next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Move aside, Junior.
Swung on. That is cranked. Right field.
Make way for Cal.
It is on its way. It is history. Number 57.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
The most home runs for a Seattle Mariner in a single season.
As Cal rewrites the history books and builds his case for MVP, this is where you hear it all. The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
After 35 years in the window industry, I know choosing the right team for your window or door project is a big decision. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Treating your home with care while offering top quality products is important to me. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards, reduce noise by up to 50%, and feature low maintenance, clean glass technology. Combined with our leading leak armor installation and lifetime warranty, you get protection for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS?
Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
New Beyond Raw Lit V2 pre-workout. GNC's #1 pre-workout. Now with harder-hitting energy, an intense mind-body connection, and enhanced endurance support. This isn't just pre-workout, it's precision engineering for your body. Turbocharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus the front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by two of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Mike, you were able to lose about a pound per day for over a month, 35 pounds in total.
Well, as much as I'd love to take all the credit, really, I was just following the plan. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic made it super easy, and there really was no part I struggled with. I was eating delicious, fresh food, all while losing weight. The accountability from your team was great. It just helped me keep the focus. I felt catered to the entire way, and I think Ryan really had a similar experience.
No doubt about it. I just finished up the program, and I can't believe how well it worked. I wish I would have started sooner. Talk about motivation. Salk, thanks for the recommendation.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners swept the Astros over the weekend to take a 3-game lead in the AL West. They never trailed Houston during the series. That also saw Cal Raleigh's 58th home run and catch of the year from Victor Robles. Magic number to win the West is 3, any combination of Mariners wins and Astros losses. But Seattle can clinch a playoff spot as early as tomorrow with a win over the Rockies and a Yankees win over the White Sox.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio
This is Bump and Stacy.
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
It's a Reaction Monday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and we got a lot to react to when you put up 44 points, so let's get to it. We'll start with the first touchdown of the day from the Seahawks, this being Sam Darnold finding Jackson Smith in Jigba, and I have that cut. Sorry, I just scrolled down on accident. Here we go.
1st and 10 at the 12. Play fake to Walker. Sam rolls out near side. Throw is made. Touchdown! Seahawks! Jackson Smith and Jigba from 12 yards out. That's his first touchdown this season. He's caught a bunch of passes, but his first TD, and it was a dart from Sam Darnold.
Look at that bump. Back-to-back weeks scoring an opening drive touchdown.
Yeah, they got a new streak going now. Now they got to score every time they touch the ball for the first time. That was fun to see. And JSN getting involved early, man. You saw a little bit of everything. Sam Darnold looks like he just understands where to go with the football. He's nice and composed. That was refreshing. 2 weeks in a row. I like it.
And, of course, maybe the biggest play of the day, Torrey Horton's 95-yard punt return touchdown.
Torrey Horton, the rookie, is deep for the Seahawks. He stands just inside his own 20. I saw Kroger during warm-ups, and he had a couple of rainmakers, and here's one. This is a long, high spiral. Horton back at his own 5, gets 1 block, gets 2 blocks, turns upfield, got some running room across the 30, 35, he may go 40, what a block, midfield 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, Mr. Horton, touchdown, Seahawks, unbelievable blocks, great run by the rookie, 95 yards, and the Seahawks take a 13-0 lead over the Saints.
It's the first punt return for a touchdown since 2015. Last one obviously being Tyler Lockett. That 95-yard return is the longest in franchise history. Bump, what'd you see?
He set up his blocks, caught the ball around the 5-yard line, picked up the initial block is kind of what springs that thing. I forgot who it was, but did it properly, didn't blindside, got his hands up. And what you do is you influence the cover team just by your movement. So you bring them over to the left, you knife up field, and then you got Chaz Surratt, who just laid the kicker out and created a path. Now, sometimes you got to get lucky, right? All things have to work out. It was clearly a return left, but Horton just finding the lane and turning on the Jets. The last 15 yards, though, was tough. I know his legs were burning.
Yeah.
He was tired.
Special teams wasn't done. Here's D'Anthony Bell.
Kroger on once again to punt. Torrey Horton is still winded from his 95-yard punt return for a touchdown last time. He's just inside the 25. It's blocked. The Seahawks block it. It's going to be picked up. No, it's going to be fallen on. The Saints fall on it, but it's the Seahawks football at about the 11-yard line. It was D'Anthony Bell who got free, and I think he came through untouched to block that right off the kicker's foot.
This is one of the better special teams days that I can remember from this team.
2 weeks in a row, special teams has scored some points other than a field goal or PAT, obviously. And now you get this block kick, and you give this short yardage, man. If you can continue to make plays like this, I can't expect a block punt every week, but you put pressure and you put this on film, that's going to make teams have to adjust. You're going to keep guys in. Therefore, your return man has one less guy to worry about. Just way to step up. I mean, D'Anthony Bell was activated from practice squad. It makes a couple big plays.
And because of that play, you have a classic 2-play 11-yard scoring drive. This one a 3-yard rushing touchdown from Walker.
Walker, the tail of the eye behind Oots, the fullback. Sam Darnold under center. The handoff to Walker. Gets it going left side. Cuts back in. Down to the 1. Does he break the play? And he does. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III stretching out from about the 1.5-yard line. Gets that ball across the goal line. It is his second touchdown this season. And the Seahawks take a 20-0 lead with 4:22 still to play in this first quarter.
The last time the Seahawks had scored 21 or more points in the first quarter at that point in the first quarter was 2006, and this is my favorite part. At this point, again, they are up 21-0 with 54 net yards, including 5 rushing yards.
It's an efficient day right there. Efficient day.
Yeah.
Special teams contributing with the return, with the block. You give your team a short field. I was hoping Cooper Kupp got in the end zone. They threw a screen to him before they got it to Ken Walker on that run there. But, yeah, everyone contributing.
Horton gets his third touchdown in 2 weeks, thanks to this one from Darnold.
Lonnie stays in the backfield. Darnold's going to look. He's going to throw the end zone. The ball is caught. Does he keep his feet in? Looking for the signal. Yes, he does. Touchdown, Seahawks. Horton with the catch in the corner of the end zone. And it was difficult to find the official. The rest of the offense runs to find Horton in the tunnel. Another 6. It's Horton's second score of the day, and another perfect pass by Sam Darnold.
This one was also a quick drive. This whole thing, 3 plays, 38 yards, 129.
I believe that was after Derek Young's big return for about 60 yards to set this thing up. This is the beauty of JSN. No one's going to talk about this, but JSN makes this play happen. And the reason he makes this play happen is because he's opposite of Horton on the left side in the slot. They're going to bracket JSN. That means they're committing a safety to JSN. The other safety is walked down in the box. So you have a one-on-one matchup on the outside with Torrey Horton. If you're playing a traditional safety, maybe a 1 high-low cover 3, even a cover 1, that safety is going to read the eyes of Sam Darnold and flow over to Horton and just try to muddy the waters. But because JSN is so explosive, they committed a safety to him, allowing Horton to have that one-on-one matchup.
All right, let's get to. I have that 45-yard pass to JSN. Did you want that one?
Yeah,
or did you want to? Okay. So this one, again, is a big play, 1st and 10. We talked about them gaining so much yardage and being so aggressive on first down last week. It continues a 45-yarder, this time to JSN.
Ken Walker III in the backfield. Play fake to him on 1st down. Sam has time. Now he's going to let one fly down the middle of the field. It's right between 3 defenders, and JSN makes the catch.
Here's what's great about that. A penalty on New Orleans, roughing the passer, essentially makes that a 60-yard play.
Yeah,
so
and,
you have back-to-back massive gains.
They continue to attack the middle of the field, man. And JSN is surprising a lot of folks with just his ability to get behind these defenders. On paper, he's not the fastest guy, but on the football field, he plays at a different pace. There's some guys who test well. I played with a guy who ran a 4.3 and didn't touch the field at Washington State and got an invite to the Raiders training camp because he ran fast. But on the football field, he was running in mud. It just doesn't translate for some people, and it could be the opposite for some. With JSN, it's the opposite. He didn't run like a high 4.4 or a low 4.5, but when he's playing football, he's a low 4.4, high 4.3 guy.
Had some old school style football to wrap up this one. So you have this big explosive play to JSN, tack on 15 yards to make it 60. So you're at 1st and 10 from the New Orleans 16. Walker picks up 3. And then at 2nd and 7, you've got Saubert for 12 yards, and then a 1st and 1 is just Ken Walker bulldozing his way in. This is what that sounded like.
1st and goal from the 1. 2 tight ends in the game. I backfield. K9 gets the handoff, and he is going to get in. Touchdown, Seahawks. Ken Walker III from a yard out. His 2nd touchdown of the day. Set up by a couple of beautiful passes from Sam Darnold. And this Seahawks team right now is firing on all cylinders, 34-3 right now with 7:42 to play in the 2nd quarter.
Now, I know the Seahawks didn't rack up a ton of yardage overall. Again, special teams a big part of that, but I described those 2 plays, including Walker's touchdown, as like the neck rolls of football players. Like, I could just tell somewhere, like a Dave Wyman was like nodding and doing like the Jack Nicholson, like, yes.
Yeah, you just got to be able to finish drives off.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to pack it in and play physical football. 1 yard, 2 yard, 3 yard, it doesn't matter. You just pick it up, get a push, and just play physical. This is old school right there.
Byron Murphy continues to add on with another sack. This time Spencer Rattler for a loss of 6 yards in the 3rd quarter.
Rattler with a shotgun snap. He's going to scramble. He's going to go nowhere because he's going to run right in to big number 91 Byron Murphy, who had a sack and a half a week ago in Pittsburgh. He's going to get credit for a sack today, the first one by the Seahawks defense. And Rattler, I think, thought he was going to run for a lot of yards, and then he looked up, and the sky was blotted out by a blue 91 jersey.
Now, Bump, we're all curious about what you saw in this play, but I'd love to hear also just what you've seen from Byron Murphy this year, because he has already, quintupled his sack total from last season?
Quintupled that thing.
Yeah.
he just understands when to take his shot. You know, there are plays where you just have to throw your hands up and say, you got me, but I've done my job. I am in control of the A gap, and I'm getting double teamed. That means that there's a gap to the left or right of me that's going to be open, and my guy's going to be able to eat. And who was talking about that? I think we interviewed Michael Bennett as our 12 flag raiser, and he talked about that in Cliff Averill, how guys are learning how to sacrifice themselves for the team. And on defensive line, you could make the greatest play in the world by just getting double teamed, by just controlling your gap, because it frees someone else up to make a play. That's what he's doing, and I think it's happening collectively all across the defensive line. So when other guys get double teamed, he's able to make his plays, and he's just a strong individual, man. He's like my height, but like 300 pounds and strong as heck. He has that leverage. He knows how to use it.
Now, we were kind of hoping that Kobe Bryant would get a pick and continue our streak, being 3 for 3 on huddle guests, getting interceptions. Instead, it was last week's guest who got a second.
The Saints are going to go for it on 4th and 4 at the Seattle 38. Kamara stays in the game. Rattler from the shotgun has a slot to his right side. Seattle has a single man deep. Rattler's going to get chased out of the pocket. Going to scramble, rolling to his right, pointing, throwing. Ball is intercepted. Kendrick at the 25-yard line makes a sliding interception as Rattler throws it into coverage. Kendrick twice in 2 weeks comes up with the pick. Seattle has turned the Saints away again.
Now, Bump, I don't know about you, but Curtis and I were saying we should still be able to claim this. Technically, Darion Kendrick was a guest on the Huddle.
Yeah.
He's a Huddle alum. I mean, Grant, it was last week, but I think this still counts as our interception.
No, we claiming that.
I think so.
Claim for sure. And for the second week in a row, he should have had 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
He missed one earlier on the sideline, on the Saints sideline, that should have been good too. But he's making a name for himself. They're going to have some tough decisions to make when everyone gets healthy, because this DB room is deep.
Yeah.
And all those guys are making plays.
It's really fascinating how much we're talking about 2 names that we didn't really talk about a ton in camp. Now, Grant, you have talked about Job before, so I do want to give you credit there. But it feels like now everyone else, too, is talking about Josh Job, and for the last 2 weeks, Darion Kendrick. And I think that when you talk about teams having really, really great seasons, I swear 9 times out of 10, it's because part of the recipe of their success was having someone outperform expectations, ideally more than a few people.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, that's
like when you tell the story of those teams, there's always going to be, and then who would have thought this guy?
Yeah, you need the unknowns to make a few plays. And so far, every week, an unknown has made a play.
What are you seeing from Job, by the way?
He is the most technically sound DB that is on this team right now. Not the biggest, not the strongest, not the fastest, but the most technically sound. And some guys, because you're not the biggest, strongest, and fastest, you have to be that. You know, that's what I had to be. I had to be technically sound because I wasn't faster than that guy. I wasn't stronger than that guy. That's Joe, man. And you hardly see him out of position. Led the team with 11 tackles this week, too. He's just solid. There's no weakness to his game. Not gonna jump off the tape with a super athletic play, but he's going to be where he's supposed to be, and he's not going to get beat because of poor technique.
All right, Seahawks win this one, obviously, improved to 2-1 after a 44-13 win over the New Orleans Saints. Coming up, they're going to play the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football, so quick turnaround, and thank goodness that this team was able to pull ahead in this one so that they could rest a few of those starters in the fourth quarter. We are not done talking about this game. Let's get to some X's and O's with 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game. With former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's a surprising stat from JSN?
Oh, man, so when DK decided to take his talents to Pittsburgh, people were asking, all right, who's going to be the downfield threat? Who's going to be that guy? And we're saying, all right, Torrey Horton might be that guy. All right, he's made a couple big plays. But we're looking at this group, maybe MVS. MVS ain't here no more. He's with San Francisco 49ers. And I was concerned because I think Horton could be that guy and still can be that guy, but he's a rookie. You don't like depending on rookies. JSN has been that guy. He's tied for first in the NFL with the most explosive plays down the field when it comes to the pass game. So receptions over 20 yards. He's got 6. He's got receptions of 40, 43, and 45. So he became the guy that I thought he didn't need to be or that he was going to be. He is the downfield threat. Horton can still be that guy. Cooper Kupp at times can be it. But JSN is showing, well, we've known that he has the capability to be a number one receiver, but he has the capability of being the downfield guy.
Yeah.
And he's doing it working across the middle. He's grabbing attention from safeties now. So eventually Horton's going to be the guy on the outside making plays as well. So no, he just he added something to his game. I don't know if he added it or just it was exposed because now he's being asked to do it. He already had it in him. But yeah, tied for the most explosive catches in the pass game. JSN doing his thing.
Second down. Why was the run game the most? I cannot wait to hear your answer to this one because this is one of my bigger questions for you during the show. Why was the run game the most effective it's been on Sunday, even though they only rushed for 87 yards?
Yeah, and it was a grimy 87.
Yeah.
And the reason why it was the most
wasn't cute,
effective.
I'll tell you that.
Nah, it wasn't. The reason why it was the most effective was because the week before you go for a $117, you put that on film, and the Saints were committed to stopping the run.
Mm-hmm.
They were committed to it. They were bringing safeties in the box. As soon as they saw the outside zone, safeties were flying in. They made it a goal to stop the run. So what did that do? It opened up everything else. It opened up JSN going down the field. It opened up Horton going across the field. It opened up A.J. Barner on a corner that he ran on first down to make a big catch. So it was effective because it forced the Saints to try to take this one thing away and open up everything else. It was also effective because it was high percentage inside the 5. You had 2 rushing touchdowns. The numbers aren't going to impress you. There's still some things that they need to work on. But because the Saints feared the run game so much and forced Sam Darnold to be that guy, it was the most effective it's ever been. There were guys, like I love to say, butt naked on a Sunday because they're looking at K9, they're looking at this offensive line, they're looking at the personnel that's out there, and they're saying, you're not going to beat us on the ground. Sam Darnold's going to have to beat us, and that's exactly what happened. Sam Darnold diced them up. The play action helped him dice them up. The 7 guys in the box helped him dice them up. So that's why you want to see games where K9 goes for 100 yards, you have a $150 on the ground. You will have those games. But this was the most effective it's been because of what it allowed everyone else to do in the past game.
Has Darnold impressed you through 3 weeks so far? I know that's not one of your questions, but when you mentioned him, I was immediately thinking of so many recap podcasts I was listening to late last night, earlier this morning, and very few mentioned Darnold at all.
Darnold has been a breath of fresh air. He's not flashy. He will and can throw that deep ball. It's like a flick of the wrist. Paul Moyer was talking about him standing in the pocket and being tall and getting hit. But he's just efficient, and that's all you need in this offense. You need an efficient quarterback. I always go to Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is not the most physically talented quarterback in this game, but he is efficient when he is healthy and he has his weapons over there. Sam Darnold's not going to have a 500-yard game and put up MVP type of numbers, but he's going to make sure that ball is moving and that is getting out on time and that things are working. So, yes, I've been impressed with Sam so far. Breath of fresh air.
Third down. What is the Seahawks defensive back room equivalent to?
It's equivalent to the Mariners farm when it comes to pitching arms.
Never-ending talent.
It don't matter. Oh, you guys heard? Oh, we got this young guy from Chattanooga. Never heard of him? Don't worry, we're going to bring him up. He'll be just fine. Like, whatever happens in that rotation or the bullpen, there's always a guy that they can go to, that they can experiment with or try to develop. That's what it seems like with these guys in the secondary. You got Ty Okada in for Nick Imaware. Did nobody say anything about Ty Okada last game? He was solid. You got DeAnthony Bell, who just got elevated from practice squad, blocking a punt, making plays on special teams. You got Kendrick, a guy that no one knew about a couple weeks ago. Second week in a row, he has an interception. Should have had 4 by now. Jarek Reed, who was forgotten. He was a guy who I thought they were going to pick up over Okada. They put him on practice squad, elevate him. He's making plays. That DB room is so deep. And it's talent, it's understanding of what they're being asked to do, and then it's just the technique. I'm watching film on them right now in between breaks. They are just technically sound. So, yeah, they're equivalent to the Mariners farm system when it comes to those arms, man. They are deep. They're not going to be freaks of nature athletically and physically, but they're going to get the job done. It's been fun watching these guys.
Fourth down. What was the hardest thing for the coaches to do at halftime?
So we're doing the halftime show, me, Paul, and Big Ray. And we're all thinking this is the easiest halftime show we've ever had to do. It's all praise, it's all love. What do you think the coaches are going through getting to the locker room? You're up 38 points, third most points you've scored in a half in team history. You got to find things to coach up.
Yeah.
Right? Coach, we're winning 38 to whatever. So what? We got to be better here.
It's not 50.
We have to be better here. And Paul told a story of it was a dream team, I think. And they were coaching, they were beating everybody by like 50 points and whatnot. And the coach is trying to keep these guys motivated. And he starts yelling at Michael Jordan and saying, you got to screen better. And he's like, screen? Coach, we're up 50 points. Like, what are you talking about? That's one of the difficult things about when there's a blowout is because you got to stay focused. You got to find something to coach these guys up on. There always is something to coach them up on, but you have to keep the sense of urgency with your group. So we were just laughing and joking about what is that locker room like right now when they are doing something that hasn't been done in a long time and everything is working, everything is flowing. Got to find something to coach these guys up on.
Perhaps a very fitting transition to this question. I was going to include it into what I need to know, but we have a little bit of extra time here. And given that we were just talking about, like, you know, how do you still coach through things? The 206 says, I understand the accolades for the Seahawks. Huge win. Was there no concern to playing a full second half with mostly the same starters getting just 2 field goals?
Nah. You won 44-13.
Well, you're kind of playing a bit differently, right?
You're not taking your foot off the gas, but you're definitely not trying to air it out and
being aggressive.
You cut your playbook in half at that point. Like, all right, we don't have to run this. Let's keep it real basic. Let's run the football. Let's keep the clock going. Now it's more about getting out of that thing as healthy as possible because you know that it's over. So, no, there's no concern, man. This happens in the NFL. It happens in baseball. What we were just talking off air, right? You go up 7, you don't score anymore. All right, but you put up 7. Like, the damage is done. As long as it doesn't feel like you're quitting or just putting on your bucket hat and calling it good, no, I'm fine with it. I'm sure Coach Macdonald is fine with the results as well. But there are going to be things that they can coach up because no one plays a perfect game.
Well, and while it didn't end up, with a ton of touchdowns, the Seahawks began the second half, obviously, with the ball, but remaining somewhat aggressive. Like you mentioned, you kind of cut the playbook in half. You're not quite as aggressive. You're not taking as many shots. But, like, I kind of liked 1st and 10, third quarter, find Cooper Kupp for 23 yards.
Yeah.
Like, they're just still kind of, it's not even that you need to fight. It's just now you're just kind of going, well, let's see what else we can do here. And I don't know. I'm very curious to see, again, special teams was a huge chunk of this, so I'm trying to isolate what we saw offensively versus what special teams did. I'm curious to see an offense that so far is a bit better this year than I thought. I had massive concerns about the wide receiver depth after week 1, and it's crazy how quickly that's dwindled for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Recency bias for sure, but I'll admit it. Curious to see what they're going to look like against an Arizona Cardinals defense that saw some serious investments in the offseason to try to take a step forward.
Yeah, it's not going to be 44-13. I can promise you that. It's going to be a bit closer, but
45-10.
It's all about growth, and I think from week 1 to week 3, we've seen a lot of growth in this team, and hopefully we see it in week 4.
Is Paul Skeens already starting to voice frustration with the directions of the Pirates organization? That's next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Houston, you have a problem.
Strike 3 called and it's over. They sweep aside Houston.
It's the biggest series win for the Mariners in decades.
3 games in front of the Astros.
With the M's in the driver's seat to win their first division title in 24 years.
Whatever your job is, keep it going.
It's back home to T-Mobile for the final 6 games of the regular season. Tomorrow night on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. Home of your first place Mariners.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us.
We get notifications every time we get a review. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? Sometimes I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback.
Big part of sales is the relationship aspect. People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and just the experience is better on both sides.
It's not about closing deals. It's about opening relationships, helping people make the right choice. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Upgrade your home's comfort, style, and energy efficiency before winter during Lake Washington Windows Autumn Savings Event. Save $500 on every window, $1,000 on every door, plus enjoy 0 payments and 0 interest for 12 months. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
What's going on, Seahawks fans? It's Cliff Averill here. I'm inviting you to come hang out with me for a free game day viewing party at Muckleshoot Casino Resort for some Thursday night football on September 25th when the Hawks take on Arizona. We'll be watching on the big screen, giving away prizes, and I'll be chatting football with Seattle sports producer Maura Dooley. Join me Thursday, September 25th at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Find out more at muckleshootcasino.com. Please game responsibly.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
All right, right, we're opening the timeline with actually some breaking NFL news. This from ESPN's Adam Schefter. Nick Bosa suffered a season-ending torn ACL in Sunday's win over the Cardinals. 49ers already playing without Brock Purdy, though he will return, but now will be without their top defensive player for the year.
Man.
Horrible injury.
49ers cannot shake the injury bug. The last couple seasons, it's been tough on them. That's going to hurt their team tremendously. They already have Brock Purdy, who's out, Juwan Jennings, who's jacked up. Now you have Nick Bosa. This is football. It's going to happen, but for some teams, man, it comes in bunches, and that's what it feels like with the Niners.
It is the second time Nick Bosa has torn his ACL during his NFL career. As Adam Schefter points out, back in 2020, week 2 of 2020, he tore it. This is the same knee happening in week 3 of 2025. So will obviously undergo surgery to repair that. And 49ers moving on without, again, one of their leaders for the rest of the season. So massive injury news for them. I agree with you. Just horrible. I know not a lot of Seahawks fans' hearts are breaking when a divisional opponent, suffers a loss, but just horrible injury luck for that team, and just a bummer anytime anyone's season is cut short. Is Paul Skeens already starting to voice frustration with the direction of the Pirates organization? Here's what the presumptive Cy Young winner had to say over the weekend.
This is a wasted year if we don't learn, what we need to do, and we don't know why we didn't go out there and do what we wanted to do. If those things happen, then it's a wasted year in my opinion, and I don't think that's happening. I think we, individually and as a team and as an organization know the adjustments that we need to make. So now we just got to do them.
This is a wasted year if we learn nothing from it going into 2026. Bump, something tells me we also includes the front office.
Yeah, this is the type of pressure that your stars should and can apply. I mean, it's Skeens. He's one of the best, if not the best in the game. And I think for some people it might rub them the wrong way because he's so young. What's his second year in the game or in the league? And but when you are the face, the talent of your organization, you're supposed to apply this type of pressure. History tells me that it ain't much going to change in Pittsburgh, though.
Yeah. Moving on to this interesting take from Ryan Clark. We're only 3 games into Ashton Genty's pro career, but ESPN's Ryan Clark is very unimpressed with the rookie running back.
What's Ashton Genty's it factor? Because when you got it, and it pops. We see it at some point. Fred Taylor had it. LaDainian Tomlinson had it. Adrian Peterson, Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson. We saw it. Right. You saw it early. Even if the statistics didn't say, he rushes for 100.
Well, Bijan was 10.
Right, it was something early. Right. Where's Ashton Genty's? Ashton Genty doesn't have that it factor. And I don't think this is a load management thing. I think this is a production thing. This is a pop thing.
Now, speaking of that production, he has not surpassed 63 rushing yards in any single game this season. Had 17 attempts for 63 in week 1, 11 for 43 week 2, 19 for 38, and his first NFL touchdown in week 3.
I think Ryan Clark is on to something because you can't measure the it. You got to watch the film, see how he moves, how he breaks tackles, how he gets north and south. And I would agree with him. I haven't seen it from Genty yet. I still think there's time. You never know. Some guys get comfortable in the league. You start understanding the flow of the game, the tempo of the game. You find yourself, I remember my freshman year going to my sophomore year. Just the game changes a bit. It slows down. You understand yourself, what you can and can't get away with. And I would imagine it's a big adjustment for Genty. I mean, he was playing in the Mountain West where he was just the best athlete on the field at all times. And you try to do some of the things that you got away with at that level, and you start to realize you can't. I've told this story before. My first play in practice in college, I'm running at the safety, and I just try to run by him. Safety opens up his hips, closes me out. One of my buddies, Marty Martin, talks to me. He goes, "Look, you can't just run by guys anymore. One, I'm not that fast. I was a 4 or 5 type of guy." He goes, "You got to move them. You got to do this. You got to do that." And you start to understand, okay, well, at this level, there are certain things that I have to do. I think maybe that's it with Genty. And running back is such a natural position to where you just hand the football and you run. But we've seen guys, he mentioned Fred Taylor in that clip. Fred Taylor was not fast. He was not a fast running back, but he understands the flow. He understands himself. So there's still opportunity for Genty to improve, But I would agree with Ryan Clark. At this point, I haven't seen the it yet.
The Raiders, who's their next opponent? Is it the Cowboys or is it the, I know they're taking on, they just played the Commanders.
Bears.
Sorry?
The Bears on the 28th.
I'd be curious, can I request a 4-down? Can I request that maybe one of the 4-downs from the weekend is like, did you see it from Ashton Genty? Because I'm curious about, like, to me, without the same knowledge, I'm like, oh, if someone just looks special, if they're putting up big numbers, like I'm kind of looking at a stat sheet going, well, obviously that guy hurdled the other dude and then picked up another 30 yards. That's it. That's an it factor to me. But curious to see if you think over the season he starts to develop that, because he was so unstoppable at Boise State.
I mean, there's no way you ignore what he did in college. I mean, my man was nice.
Yeah.
But sometimes it takes a while.
Yeah. All right, next up here, the Chiefs got their first win of the year on Sunday Night Football against the Giants, but the lasting image of the game was instead Andy Reid and Travis Kelce having a shouting match on the sideline. Reid was asked about the situation post-game.
So I love Travis's passion, man. So I'm okay with that. We didn't have enough of it that second quarter. Well, it wasn't where we needed to be. So within reason, he knows. He knows when to back off the pedal and knows when to push it too. So that's part I love about him. I mean, the guy's all in. Just sometimes I have to be the policeman.
Was there a specific play that was bothering you, or was it more trying to get something out of him? Or?
No, he was all in. He was all in. Listen, he's an emotional guy. He's Irish.
Just related to that, I mean, it looked like you felt like maybe you were telling him to, I hate to put it this strongly, but to back off a little bit. Do you feel like within reason?
Don't make too much of it. I mean, look, he's a passionate guy, and I love that part. So I've been through a lot of things with him, so that's all part of it. I love that he loves to play the game. That's what I love, and it's an emotional game, so I'll take it.
Not the first time that Andy Reid and Travis Kelce have, I don't want to say like gotten into it. That makes it seem like they're fighting, but Kelce has clearly at least earned the ability to be a bigger personality on his team. Also not the first time he and Reid have kind of had some words.
This is nothing.
Yeah.
This is competition. This is a person who's earned the right to speak up, saying something to his coach, and gracefully backing down once Andy Reid bumped chest with him and let him know, listen, I don't know what was said, but the posturing was, shut your mouth and get back in line. Let's do this. Yeah. They've been in so many battles together. Things like this are going to happen, man. You know how many times I've gotten into it with not a coach, because I've never been that guy, and especially not in college, a different game in college. But with your teammates, and you guys go at each other, you bark at each other. The next play, it is done. Even in competition with the ops, you go at each other after the game, it's over. This is nothing. If it were some young whippersnapper who ain't done nothing in the league, I'd be like, ooh, he tripping. This is Travis Kelce.
I still remember to this day my first year as a reporter, or maybe my second year. There was a fight between two players, and I was still trying to gauge, like, what's even worth mentioning or what's important or what's a bad sign of anything. And they had a lot of personalities on the team at the time. And this reporter said to me, like, honestly, most of the time it's not even worth thinking about much longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, maybe certain guys can butt heads really competitive, but then be perfectly fine once the season starts. And he was like, you kind of know in your gut when something's wrong. And there was like one fight that happened. I don't think it was that year, but one fight that happened where it was like, okay, that's not normal.
Yeah. You feel there's a different kind of passion. There's a different kind of passion behind it.
Well, or just like maybe an approach, you know what I mean? Swinging on someone if he's walking away. Or...
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. The latest from Mike Macdonald, an exclusive interview with Brock and Salk from this morning on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
On this day after a Seahawks win, the clouds have parted. Let us give thanks to the Saints.
Holy catfish!
Saint JSN.
JSN makes a catch, makes a man miss.
Saint Torrey.
He may go 40, 30, 20.
And I was out there running for a mile. Make it 2 straight wins for the Seahawks.
It was a big win for us.
Now they go for 3 straight against the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. It's an easy drive up I-5. Get off exit 260, and you are there. Listen to a podcast or a playlist, vibe out, and you'll get there. They got an amazing steakhouse, and You got the Portis Bay Sports Bar as well. You sit down, the TVs are everywhere. The vibes are good. It's full of entertainment. And my golfers, they have you covered too. Loomis Trails Golf Course is perfect for fall golf. They got water everywhere. Bring your sleeves, hit the fairway, and just be patient. Also, Molly Hatchet is bringing their iconic Southern Rock to the event center at Silver Reef on Saturday, September 27th. Prepare for an unforgettable night with hits like Flirtin' with Disaster and Gator Country. Mark your calendars for Saturday, September 27th. Tickets are on sale now and start at just $30. If you are interested, make sure you go to silverreefcasino.com. That's silverreefcasino.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service, 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on SeattleSports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs.
Blasted right field. Goodbye, Josh Naylor.
And it's only on Seattle Sports.
Our bats are back, and the ballpark is rocking like 2001. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. For those of you sick of searching for another allergy medication, we offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Rynair is a simple, minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're taking new patients. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought?
Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle.
What are you doing?
Looking at the Mainview website, it's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The latest from Mike Macdonald from the Mike Macdonald Show earlier this morning with Brock and Salk. Asked first if Sunday was the most complete game he could hope for.
I'd say it's probably the most complete win we've had since in the last year or so. Yeah, I mean, look, it was a great win. It was awesome. It's also week 3. And we've gotten to this point by sticking to, abiding by our process and staying true to that. When you watch the tape, I'm not saying this because you're doing the whole, head coach doing the opposite thing, but there's plenty of stuff that we get it cleaned up, and we got to do it in a hurry in all 3 phases. So it's great. It's great to win like that and start the game like that. But it's also great. One, there's a sense of urgency because we got to get going because we're in the middle of game planning for Arizona. And 2, I think the guys will see that there's a lot of room for growth, too.
Bump, I know you felt for you that this was one of the more complete games you'd watched from start to finish.
Yeah, there's still some things to clean up.
Sure.
Pass pro, there's some things in pass pro, some miscommunication. They didn't sort a blitz out. So, for example, you got 3 pass rushers to the right side of the offensive line with the running back to the right side, and you have your tight end attached. So you're going to slide that protection because the tight end is releasing. And the line has to know that, okay, the back is to that side, so he's responsible for the extra backer. And it felt like the guard was confused and picked up the wrong guy. So there's this, and there are things, that's why defenses have all that movement pre-snap too, to confuse the offensive line and jack up the communication. So little things like that can be fixed, but you're going to get beat like that as well. That's why defenses do it, to confuse the offensive line.
Macdonald, for a 3rd consecutive week, talked about really being impressed with the effort from these players.
I think a lot of the tactics and the small details in front of the team, that's not really my job. I like showing how we play through our style and trying to reinforce our style of ball. And so a lot of times it is through that. And it doesn't have to be just shocking effort. There's a lot of things that show up. It's how we run an in cut. It's how we identify a blitz, how we get lined up fast, how we take the field, how we break the huddle, how we shift in motion. All those things are really important, and we think those are edges for us. So we want the team to see it and see how it all works together, how it sets things up, and how it puts pressure on other teams. So that's really important.
I can't pretend to know exactly what Mike Macdonald is watching for when he looks for those specific areas where he wants to see shocking effort from his players. But I will say that as even a casual observer of these 3 games, not even all 3 being wins, it feels like a very physical effort from the team, particularly from the defense.
Yeah, and we know that's what they want to be. I mean, Mike Macdonald came from Baltimore, where he had one of the best defenses in the history of the game, and that's no exaggeration. I mean, he had a lot of talent over there, but it's the brand of Baltimore. He had or played a big role in that. There's some teams, when you see the logo, you see the team, you think of something. Mm-hmm. With Baltimore, obviously, you think of Lamar, you think of defense. With Pittsburgh, you think of Tomlin, you think of defense.
Yep.
With the Chiefs, you think of Mahomes, you think of offense. So he played a part in that identity, and naturally he's going to try to bring that here. And 3 weeks in, when I think of the Seahawks, I think of defense right now. Yep. Not even the run game, not the pass game. The first thing I think about is that defense.
All right, let's get to a little bit from the offense and then special teams. And I got some stuff on Jay Harbaugh here. So first, he was asked for, okay, what's an example of, on offense then, a shocking effort play? What did you see where you thought that's shocking effort?
I'd say the keeper that we threw to Sabi, and then we ended up shoving him down to the 1 yard line. That's been a point of emphasis, and so I can't wait. That one will be shown today.
You were already nodding. You knew exactly what play he was talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Before that Walker touchdown.
Brian Walters and I, we do mock games. So we're both practicing. I'm practicing on my play-by-play. He's practicing on his color. And during that play, we thought it was dead. And then you just see the pile just being moved. It's like when ants get together and pick up a cracker and everyone's moving together and taking it back to the home base. So, no, that's effort right there because guys didn't give up on the play. Yeah. You got big men, O-linemen getting into the mix and pushing. I love that play.
All right, let's get to Torrey Horton. He talked about, Mike Macdonald, the 2 things they did before that punt return touchdown that helped set them up.
Well, what I'm going to tell the team today, if I decide we have enough time because we're at a shortage of time. But what I want the guys to realize is we talk about every play matters, and you take it one play at a time. We're 2 plays out of that. We stop them on a second down run to minimum yardage. We get them to 3rd and short. They're in no huddle, short yardage. We get lined up. Leo set a great edge. Leo makes a great play. We stop them to 4th and inches. They go to the tush push. Everyone's lined up, ready to go. It looked like we probably might have stopped them in that situation, but they had the false start. They're trying to draw us off sides. We maintained it, so we ended up creating a 4th and 6, which allows us to have a more aggressive punt return. So all these things are connected, and now we can set up a punt return.
Did you see all that unfolding?
Yeah, it's he said all that is connecting. I loved what I'm starting to fall in love with the tush push. Let me admit that.
Wait, I thought that you were already defending it.
No,
so you weren't.
I'm falling in love with just the action of it, like what teams are trying to do to stop it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like someone's gonna crack the code eventually.
Yeah.
A lot of it is just personnel. But I'm falling in love with it. I also like the way that, for the most part, minus the end of the first half, this team was efficient. Not a lot of penalties.
Yeah.
The Saints had penalties left and right. There was one drive where I'm just like, man, just play. I'm tired of the flags. Like, let's get this game going. But they were efficient, and he talked about everything connecting. Right? You have your offense moving the ball, your defense getting turnovers, your special teams giving you great field position, not even including the punt return by Horton. You got Drake Young 60 yards down the field. It's like everything was fluid, everything was smooth, everything was connected.
Macdonald was asked about his coordinator for special teams, Jay Harbaugh, and what makes him such a good coordinator.
This guy is relentless with finding like the little edges and ways to coach it better than they've been. Like there's no such thing as status quo with Jay. It's constantly finding a new and better way to teach something, to design something, to word something that there's like, talk about shocking. There's so much like elegance, simplicity in how he coaches position. This guy isn't just a great special teams coach. He's a great football coach. I mean, at Michigan, you name a great player that came out of Michigan in the last 10 years, Jay probably recruited him. He was the running back coach that got all those guys. He was the tight ends coach when I was there. Then he moved to safeties. I mean, he's coached all 3 levels on all 3 phases of football, and he's one heck of a special teams coordinator too. So that's what makes him great.
Bump, it feels like one of the more, not that you haven't been on it, but one of the more underrated talking points for the Seahawks this year, while national critics were saying, oh, what are you going to do without DK? Fairly. What are you going to do without Geno? Fairly. Was what the new additions to your coaching staff, or even a second year for members of your coaching staff, could do. Just the impact that culture could have as it continues to grow. And Jay Harbaugh is part of that, much like your new offensive line coach, your new offensive staff is another part of that too.
And special teams coaches are one of the weirdest coaches on the team.
Or are they like the tight ends of coaches? Because I think tight ends are, I would guess, on 26 of 32 teams, the weirdest person in that room is a tight end.
That is what special teams are, because you got to think of special teams. It's offense, it's defense, all mixed into one, and you have a kicker in the mix as well. And when you have your success, like a punt return or a big kick, it's glaring, it's huge, right? But even when you do the little things properly, it's not appreciated. Like you corral a punt returner and it only gains 5 yards. Like it's because everyone's in their lanes, and there's so many different body types out there that you're coaching. You got one guy, and he has assistants that help. The position coach usually help, but you got one guy coaching an O lineman, a D lineman, a linebacker, a running back, a wideout, and trying to get them to execute something that's not naturally in their position when they play offense or defense. And, it goes unnoticed, but it hasn't gone unnoticed the last couple of weeks. Because the fact that George Holani had the awareness to jump on that football against Pittsburgh, and then Horton setting up his blocks the way that he did. And I would love to sit down with Harbaugh and see, like, what was it about punt return left that you liked? Because it's not just by chance, we're going to run punt return left. There's something that he saw, and it's probably one of the least understood positions on a football team.
I agree with that. I think most people assume that 99% of what happens on a kickoff, a successful kickoff return, punt return, is just like chance and luck. And it's like, oh, they just happen to find some holes. And it's like, but how? The plan.
Yep, the plan.
The plan. Seattle Times Mariners reporter Ryan Divish joins us next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
the one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
They did it in a fairly dominant fashion out there in Pittsburgh. How surprising is that to you?
You saw some growth, right? You saw some, a little bit better offense, a little bit better, both combination of running the ball and tying your play action in together on that stuff. So those things to me were good.
Get every can't miss conversation on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations, and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. When a spouse says, "Thank you, I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the comfort people at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Free consultations, no-fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. Is your siding ready for the wet season? Call 866-ROOF-ROOF for James Hardy Siding. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Love and respect aren't just policies. They're what make the Lee Johnson Auto family feel like home.
The best managers are really good observers and communicators. Listen to your team, whatever they have to say, even if it's right, wrong, or indifferent. For me, that's kind of everything. I like to have my team feel like they're part of something. They can contribute to the growth of this place.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is
empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
For me personally, started with Brett and Todd. They identified, what their core values were about, and in turn that drew people with similar core values to them. It's why my dad wanted to come back here. When he got to a certain point in his career that just the paycheck and the financial statements were not fulfilling enough for him, he wanted to get back to where it was a family.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners swept the Astros over the weekend to take a 3-game lead in the AL West. They never trailed Houston during a series that also saw Cal Raleigh's 58th home run and a catch of the year from Victor Robles. The magic number to win the West is 3, any combination of Mariners wins and Astros losses. But Seattle can clinch a playoff spot as early as tomorrow with a win and a Yankees win over the White Sox.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Seattle Times' Ryan Divish joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. It's a reaction Monday. And Ryan, we got a lot to react to here. Sweeping the Houston Astros. So first of all, just a reaction to this one. I don't think I'm cruel in saying I was pleasantly surprised by a sweep. Not by a series win. I thought, God, Seattle's been healthier. They've been so hot lately. But I was pleasantly surprised by a sweep in Houston. What about you?
Yeah, I didn't think they would sweep. I thought they'd win the series. I just think they're a better team right now in terms of health, in terms of talent. They're better than the Astros. But given the nature of that stadium and some of the struggles they've had there and some of the weird things that happened there and almost happened there, I thought they might drop one. But I did think they would win the series. They were playing well enough. We saw how well they were playing prior to that trip in Kansas City, and I thought they would win at least 2 or 3.
The series to me, Ryan, was like everyone's saying it was a statement, right? You made a statement against the Astros, but I'm thinking like long term. What could be the long term effects of a series sweep in Houston?
Well, I mean, I think confidence wise, it's pretty important. I don't think you're going to have to go back there and play them again. I'd be stunned if Houston can kind of navigate their way back, get a wild card, win a wild card series, and end up playing the Mariners again. I don't think that would happen, but I do think like moving forward, it does set a tone. Like, the Mariners have been bullied by the Astros quite a bit. A lot of teams have, and the core guys on this team, J.P. Crawford, Cal Raleigh, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, some of the guys have been around for a few years. They experienced that, they watched the Astros celebrate winning a division title last year. They beat the Mariners and celebrated in Houston. I mean, I think I've seen that Houston win the division title or clinch a division title like 3 times in Houston. So, I think just that kind of mindset of, okay, yeah, these guys aren't that good. We've beaten them. And I mean, honestly, like Logan Gilbert kind of summed it up and Cal Raleigh summed it up a few days before that. I was like, hey, all along they knew they'd have to go through the Astros and they wanted to beat the Astros and show them, hey, we've earned this. We've earned this division title. If they win it, that's the way they wanted to do it. They wanted to beat the Astros. They didn't want to back into it. And going in and taking all 3 from Houston and doing it pretty decisively. I mean, you look at the runs that were given up. I think the starting pitchers only gave up 1 run over 3 games, and the rest of the stuff came off the middle relievers and non-leverage guys. So it's like, yeah, this was a pretty notable win. And Houston was beat up. But I think Houston's beat up, and they're losing more pieces, going into next year as well. So I do think this is a pretty important win.
I thought that Friday would be really scary once Wu left. I think all of us were assuming the same thing. So comparatively good news that it's a pec strain or a pec soreness. Didn't see him. Obviously, I was looking at your guys' tweets. Didn't sound like he was like iced up or anything that day or the next day. That being said, what do you anticipate potentially happening with his next scheduled start?
Yeah, he would go Thursday. He's scheduled to go Thursday, I believe, against the Rockies. But the Mariners could clinch the division by Wednesday. I mean, they can clinch a postseason spot by Tuesday. You know, and we were wondering whether they would celebrate that or they would just wait. Because I mean, the goal all along has been to win the division. It's something that just hasn't happened for this franchise in 20-some years. So I don't know how they'll do that, but I think, you know, if they clinch the division by Wednesday night or even Thursday, I don't know that they start Brian Wu in that start. Maybe they do a bullpen day or Johnny Allstaff or whatever you want to call it, where they start Emerson Hancock and use bullpen pieces, or even if they make a minor roster move somebody like Casey Legumina out, bring in Casey Lawrence. They've got some other relievers down there, so they can manipulate the roster in the coming days if they really needed to. But, you know, nobody really knows what's going to happen until Wu gets out there and plays catch and then throws kind of, you know, like a bullpen session or a side session at 80% effort to see where that pectoral muscle is. If they feel like it's not progressing, then they may string it out. But like I said, if they can clinch the AL and that second seed, or the AL West and the second seed, then, you know, you don't need to pitch Brian Wu. I mean, I think the biggest risk you run is, you know, you get him healthy and he just he doesn't feel comfortable on the mound or feels a little rusty because he hasn't had the mound time that he's used to. But I do think they kind of dodged a bullet. But until we see him out throwing, and we didn't see him play catch yesterday, then you don't really know when he's going to come back.
Hey, where would you rank that diving play by Robles when it comes to Mariners history and big plays?
I mean, from the context of when it occurred, and I've seen some great catches. You know, you've seen great catches in playoff games and stuff, but kind of given the context of when it occurred, where it occurred, like the inning, you know, that it wins the game. It's a double play. It wins the game. You know, because like to me, if that ball gets down, they score a run. You know, Munoz is on the ropes. They probably tie the game, and then you're fighting it out with a beat up bullpen as it is. So, I can't remember a better catch with that much significance in terms of like the overall season goals and you know, the drama of the ninth inning and where it was being played at. Because to be honest, like that game right there, in years past, they lose it. They lose that game just because things go wrong. It snowballs. They can't stop it. They don't have the talent to make the plays to make it stop. This time they have the talent to make it, you know, somebody made a play, stopped the momentum, got the win. And I think that's the difference. I mean, like, and, you know, looking at this team, it's 9 real players on the field. When you put the starting lineup up, you know, it's like their A lineup that they used on Friday night. Those are all, you know, major league players with experience. This isn't like in past years where they're running 2 utility guys in a platoon at a spot, plus another guy that's trying to prove himself. These are all real guys with playoff experience and some success. And that's what the difference is. That's why we're seeing them put up 7 runs at a time, because they don't need to they're not having 2 guys carry them and then a bunch of guys striking out at the bottom of the order.
Do those feel like by far not losing in big moments and having tested veterans the 2 most pronounced differences? Because you've covered this team for so many years and you've seen different iterations. I would imagine, though, that through all of those iterations of Mariners teams, there's like the same kind of frustrations, the same patterns, the same issues that can sometimes linger regardless of GM, regardless of whoever. Is it those 2 things that are the most pronounced? Is there something else this year that feels different to you?
No, I just think the talent. I mean, a lot of times everybody talks about, you know, chemistry or this or that. More often than not in sports, talent wins. You know, whether it's football, basketball, baseball. If you have significantly more talent than your opponent, you will win. You will beat your opponent more consistently. I mean, that's just the way it is. You can have all the scrap, the grit, you know, the best strategy in the world. But if somebody's just that much better than you, if you play enough, then, you know, that comes out. And like over the course of a 162 game season, you know, talent matters. And like I was on the previous road trip, you know, when they're in Tampa and they got swept in Tampa and they go and lose to Chris Sale and Like, I wanted to tell every Mariner fan last night, go look at your tweets on September 1st through 4th and what they were like and now what you're tweeting now. But to me, it was like, okay, they weren't playing well. They weren't executing. But, like, I also knew that the amount of talent they had and their commitment to doing it right and, like, preparing to play every day, that the execution would eventually come because you don't have that much talent. You know, it's like Suarez was in a slump. He comes out of it. Now, like Randy Arozarena is in a slump, but everybody else, they have enough talent to withstand that. The 22 team that made the playoffs, you know, if that year with Cal or JP or one of those guys that was carrying the team, or Julio, like when Julio was in a slump and he wasn't going, the team wasn't going because they only had about 2 guys that did all the damage, and you relied on 2 or 3 guys every single night. This group right now, you don't have to do that. This is the most talented team I've ever covered. I mean, the 18 team with Robbie Cano and Nelson Cruz, Kyle Seager, D. Gordon, Gene Segura, I mean, those are all established dudes. But this team is better. They have better pitching. They have better bullpen. They have more depth, and they're more athletic. So now it's just all about going out there and playing. And I do think that they, you know, when they had that kind of meeting in Tampa, which didn't really result in wins, but it did change their mindset. But when they were in Atlanta, they just kind of did the, as Cal said, screw it moment. You know, they used different words, I think, and just said, go out, like, stop worrying about it. You know, stop worrying about what's looming, you know, or the potential collapse. You get caught up in that. You get caught up in the idea of where you're at in the standings, whether you're winning or losing or how many games in a row you've lost. It will crush you mentally. Just focus on the day and try and do that. And I do think that Dan Wilson's mentality about trying to win every game helps play into that a little bit, because it forces them, you're so focused on trying to win that night, and he's going to do everything he can to win that night, that you can't, you know, you don't get caught up in what you've done the past 2 weeks or what's looming ahead.
How does the talent stack up against Yankees, Blue Jays, Tigers? Is there enough you feel to consider this team World Series contender, or you're just taking it day by day?
No, like, I think that they have every opportunity to win the American League. I think every American League team is flawed in a lot of ways. You know, you can go look at the Yankees. You know, they're starting Jose Caballero at shortstop because Anthony Volpe has been so terrible. They're getting no production out of third base. You know, Giancarlo Stanton is just one weird step away from being hurt, you know, and their pitching's been a little suspect. You know, the Blue Jays, I was stunned how well they played this year because they were awful last year, but they have issues with their bullpen. You know, they're closing out games. They've had them the last few years. You know, the Mariners, I think the Mariners' big thing is their leverage guys, how much they've had to use them. And, you know, Munoz still walked the tightrope of being like Fernando Rodney, of always allowing a guy on base or 2. And that will come back, you know, and bite you in the end. You know, we saw how flawed Houston is. The Guardians are one of the least talented teams I've ever seen, but they just are finding a way to play. I've always felt Detroit was a little smoke and mirrors because they rely so heavily on platoons and they don't have enough starting pitching. So, yeah, you're looking at all the field and you say, okay, and, you know, the Red Sox as well. Looking at all the field and say, okay, they have a chance. I don't love the matchup with the Yankees because the Mariners just haven't played well at Yankee Stadium. The few times that this group has been there, the pitchers seem to get a little passive when they're there instead of being as aggressive. But I think given where they're at now with the team and the lineup they have now, I don't think they're really afraid of anybody, and I think they stack up as well as anybody in the American League. National League, I think the Phillies are the best team in baseball, with the Dodgers a close second. But, you know, you don't have to worry about that till you get to the World Series.
I was going to
say.
I
mean, like, yeah, these guys have never been to a World Series, so maybe we should try and do that first before worry about who's going to play.
That's what Bump was saying earlier. He was like, okay, well, first you got to clinch a playoff spot and then the division. And Curtis and I are sitting here like, well, you wouldn't have to see the Yankees until ALCS. So,
yeah. I mean, it's so, like, I've never, and that's what they talked about. And they talked about it a while ago, but like Logan Gilbert said last night, you know, it was like, one, they wanted to play the Astros, beat them, take it. And then also, you know, I don't believe in the phrase control your own destiny. It's the whole Chip Kelly thing, because destiny can't be controlled. It's by nature of the definition. But they control their path to where they want to get to.
Yeah.
They just have to win. You know, like we're sitting here talking about, They have 3. Their magic number is 3 to clinch the division with 6 games left, including 3 against the Rockies. It's 4 to clinch a first-round bye and be the number 2 seed. Like, if you'd have told people that, mid-June when Julio wasn't hitting and Bryce was on the IL and Logan's on the IL and everything's going wrong, or even, on that road trip to start September.
Yeah.
And here they are. And so they're in a better position than they've ever been to, like, really harness this. I mean, like, we're sitting there, Adam Jude and I last night, and Daniel Kramer having an adult beverage after the game, just saying, okay, how is this going to shake out? The crazy part is you don't know any of the seating. It's going to be chaos. Like, I saw a friend of mine from Boston say that he has hotel reservations in Seattle, Cleveland, Houston, New York, because you don't know. And I mean, like, for us, we don't really either. I mean, I expect them to win the American League West, and I expect them to get the 2 seed. I think they can do that. I think Detroit's reeling enough, and I think Houston obviously is pretty flawed. That they can get this all kind of clinched by Friday night, so that the weekend series against the Dodgers is just play, get loose, and slot out your rotation and do that, which would be unbelievable, because the last few years have been just anxiety ridden every day going into the final day. So they've never been in a better position since I've covered the team to kind of get to the World Series. Exciting to cover the 2001 team.
Yeah.
I've covered a lot of losing teams, but this is the best opportunity for them to kind of get everything that every fan's ever wanted.
Well, hopefully that coverage continues through October. Make sure you're reading it, seattletimes.com or the Seattle Sports app. He is Ryan Divish. Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah. See you guys.
It's a Reaction Monday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines. The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bubba and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Seahawks did not break a sweat in their 44-13 blowout of the Saints on Sunday. What's the real headline?
Turns out you can not only win a game before the fourth quarter, but also just in the first 10 minutes.
21-0 with 7.5 minutes left in the first quarter.
Most scored since 2006 by this team.
38 points scored. It's the third highest first half scoring in franchise history. Everything was just rolling for these guys, and I think the fans needed that too. The fans needed to feel like they can buy into this team. And also, 12 showed up. It was loud in there. There were some false starts. I remember when they used to have the ticker on the side where you counted the false starts. That thing's gone away for a reason, because it ain't really been loud like that in there. So 12s contributed to this win. The energy was there, and they demolished a team I thought they were going to beat. I didn't think they would blow them out like this.
Yeah.
But everything was clicking.
I was wondering if people would end up getting bored with this one. Like, if you'd hear the crowd just kind of be like, well, touchdown's cool, but we're up by 30. Like, it just would be like it's not quite a thriller. In this case, though, while that may not have made for thrilling moments, I do think it made for a statement win. I mean, earlier we talked about the statement that the Mariners were able to set in sweeping the Houston Astros, and I think that's massive. I think what Seattle did was really just beat an opponent you should, but you also didn't make it close. You looked very much like the better team in all 3 phases of the game. You beat them by more than the Cardinals and 49ers beat them combined. That's pretty massive.
If this were the DCS era, they'd get hella points from that computer. Style points for sure.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the Huskies beat the brakes off the Cougs in the Apple Cup, 59-20.
Yeah, they did.
Watch your tone.
Smacked them, 59-24.
Just dog walked them.
What's the real headline?
The only good news for the Cougs after this one is that us Huskies are going to have this feeling in about a week.
Maybe. Hey, big ass
You're
Cougs,
right.
man.
Maybe not.
Maybe. You never know.
You're going down Ohio State.
You got to play the game. You're not going to win that game.
You don't know that.
But maybe you give it the old Cougar effort and keep it close for 3 quarters.
I believe in what I saw.
The old college try.
Yeah.
The old college try.
Big ups to my Cougs, man. We found our quarterback. Don't know why Zevi was not the starter to begin the season. He entered the portal and then got out of the portal because of conversations he had with that coaching staff over there. It was a good fight, man. For 3 quarters, I was locked in. And then as soon as it started to pull away, because I'm sitting at this bar at the airport, and I got my iPad watching the Cougs and my phone watching the Astros and Mariners. So as soon as it started to get away, I kind of just closed the iPad and just focused on the Mariners
You
game.
were like, let's see what.
You know
Victor, what a
you know what, Darlene, another IPA this way. I'm done with this game. I'm focusing on another one.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the 49ers moved to 3-0 with their win over the Cardinals, while the Rams blew a 19-point second-half lead to the Eagles. What's the real headline?
Turns out winning is tougher when you're not facing the Saints, Texans, or Titans. Important to note that while the NFC West is still the only division that doesn't have a team with a losing record, all 4 teams with winning records right now, the Seahawks had, comparatively, the toughest start, facing the 49ers, a divisional matchup in week 1, and then facing the Steelers before taking on the Saints. The Cardinals and 49ers have already played the Saints. The Rams got the Texans and the Titans before they had to face off against a really tough NFC team, that being obviously the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles. I'm not saying, oh, pity the Seahawks. What I'm saying is it's a little more even now that you've had stiffer competition.
Yeah, I mean, they had them on the ropes for a while. Can't ignore that. Rushed for 160 against them. Puka had 112. But Jalen Hurts had his best day of the year so far, throwing for 3 touchdowns. A.J. Brown got involved. It was like Philadelphia's starting to warm up a little bit and try to figure some things out. The Rams got the Colts next week. We're going to figure out how real the Colts are, man. They've been one of the more fun teams to watch.
The Rams
Danny
were looking
Dimes
very real.
is doing their thing over there. This is going to be a fun one. Indianapolis Colts undefeated. They've taken down the Dolphins, the Broncos, and the Titans. I see one quality win in there. So both teams this is going to be a test for both teams.
Here's the thing, one quality win within there, but also set, what was it, a new NFL record for drives without punting?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like how we're talking about the Seahawks beating the Saints 44-13. It's like, yeah, you can only take so much from a lower quality opponent, but it's still the NFL, and you dominated them. I'm looking at the Colts like, man, what
you put up 41. I don't care who you're playing.
Granted, we were talking about the Saints this way last year, going, holy cow, they put up 40-plus in back-to-back weeks? What is this magical Saints run that we're on here? And one of those teams was against Dallas, that we all thought at the time would be better, so it was really impressive.
We always think Dallas is going to be better.
Look, let me tell you what about this offense.
I don't think this year.
Maybe not this year, but the offense has been pretty solid. Unfortunately, CeeDee Lamb is now going to miss a bit of time with a high ankle sprain from Adam Schefter like 20-30 minutes ago. So the thing that was working out for the Cowboys this year has unfortunately taken a pretty massive hit. Either way, who do you think wins that one? Colts, Rams? I'm telling you, the Rams shoulda, woulda, coulda beat the Eagles.
I'm going underdog. Danny Dimes. I like him better in this white and blue.
I think he does too, to be totally honest with you.
But he's
is he still leading the league in passing yards?
No, Justin Herbert is.
Okay,
but he's right behind him. And hey, big up Justin Herbert too,
Hell
man.
of a
There's
start.
been like some stories this year. You got the Cincinnati Bengals suffering the worst loss in franchise history, 48-10. Meanwhile, Hendricks is still creating the most pressure by any defensive lineman. That just shows, man, you need more than just one guy over there. Danny Dimes coming back and doing his thing. The Jets, too. The Jets are better than their record. They barely lost to the Buccaneers yesterday. It's been a fun 3 weeks so far.
Let's make a pick for Monday Night Football coming up in NFL headlines at 12:45. What caught my eye? Week 3 edition coming your way next on your home for the Mariners playoff push. Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
On this day after a Seahawks win,
the clouds have parted.
Let us give thanks to the Saints.
Holy catfish!
Saint JSN.
JSN makes a catch, makes a man miss.
Saint Torrey.
He may go 40, 30, 20. And I was out there running for a mile.
Make it 2 straight wins for the Seahawks.
It was a big win for us.
Now they go for 3 straight against the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Open enrollment for Medicare is coming up. Are you ready? Herb Weisbaum, the consumer man here. Get organized early with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit from the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Order your free copy today at insurance.wa.gov.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. To celebrate the start of football season, the guys at Harley Exteriors are offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you plan to use the carpool lanes along SR 167, you'll soon need a flex pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having Good to Go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Do you need a new roof? Then visit 3treeroofing.com to get $500 off your roofing project by scheduling a free estimate. 3Tree Roofing's certified team builds a custom plan for your home using top-tier materials with industry-leading warranties. All of their install crews are factory certified to ensure that your roof can handle any weather Seattle can throw our way. Don't wait until leaks turn into expensive damage this rainy season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 30 minutes, we are opening up phone lines and taking your calls. This time it's about the Mariners. What has you believing in this Mariners team? A lot of possible answers to this one. You're going to call 866-979-3776. What has you believing in this Mariners team? Don't call yet. You're going to be on hold for way too long. We will remind you ahead of 1 p.m. Right now, it's time for What Caught My Eye, Week 3 edition. Bump, getting us started. What caught your eye in this game against the Saints?
Sam Darnold. I mean, he had an efficient game. He was 14 of 18, 218 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And he did it, it felt like, without even breaking a sweat. Had a QB rating of 154.2. I believe it was the best QB rating that week in the NFL. And it was composed, man. His first actual pass, he felt some pressure up the A-gap, had to escape, and found JSN down the sideline. I think that's an underrated part of his game as well. He's a bit more mobile than what people give him credit for. He's completed 77% of his passes. He's up to 70% on the year when it comes to his completion rate. He understands the offense. He seems comfortable, and he's making great decisions. Easy one to pick out when it comes to what caught my eye, but had to give Sam Darnold some love.
I feel like Sam Darnold is doing exactly what the Seahawks want him to do, being exactly the quarterback the Seahawks want him to be. I think in their ideal world, the rushing game takes off even more. And then all of a sudden it's like, Sam, we just need you to be efficient and to, not turn the ball over. But it's just not a style of play that's going to capture a lot of eyeballs around the country, right? We're all going to be talking about Lamar for obvious reasons, or sometimes critiquing guys. Sometimes people are looking at a Patrick Mahomes going, why isn't he doing more? Or we were just talking about Justin Herbert. So it's unfortunate for Sam because you're right. He's doing a pretty solid job, doing exactly what he's getting paid to do. But it's just that doesn't mean gaudy numbers. I think he's 6th, just outside the top 5 in total passing yards. Now, granted, Russell Wilson's top 5 right now, I think, in total passing yards. Oh, no, I take it back. Russ is just outside the top 5 now. Sam Darnold's like 12.
12, yeah. Russ is 6th with 778.
Yeah, I got him flipped.
And Sam has 12th with 663.
So, again, it's like, I don't think people are going to be talking a ton about Sam. And meanwhile, he'll just be here doing his job, and credit him for that because it's flying under the radar.
You'd rather have people talking about this team.
Yes,
like
the defense.
This, in a whole, this team is playing some good ball.
Okay, my turn. I'm starting with a not Seahawks one, but I just couldn't believe it. I wrote it down and highlighted. Saints facing 4th and 2. Not just tell me, but if you're a head coach, you're facing 4th and 2, and you're down 35-3. You going for it? You're in field goal territory. You going for it? You're kicking a field goal?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. Why are you kicking a field goal?
Hey, because we're beaten. We're not going to win this game. Let's just put some points on the board.
Or if you're not going to win the game, it doesn't matter. Or what you do, and I understand the argument, and I heard it during the broadcast about like, oh, you want to reward your guys with points and you want to reward the effort with some kind of result, and I totally get it.
No, you don't.
But if you're not going to win, I'm saying I understand the argument and I think it's fair. I'm a rational, pragmatic person. But if you're, I think it also sends a message to say, well, let's just try this out. Let's put ourselves in these moments. We've got this young quarterback. 4th down is a stressful situation. I've never had to be there before, but it does seem incredibly stressful. And it's the same thing where like a goal line situation, like I would imagine just kind of like builds you over time. You become better with that with more and more exposure. So if you're gonna lose either way, why not let your quarterback work in those moments and try to grow as an offense. Am I wrong? You could tell me if I'm wrong. I won't be offended.
I think both are fine.
Yeah.
I think it's all in the mentality of the head coach and the execution of the players. I would assume he didn't go forward on 4th and 2 because he's looking at his offensive line get the butt kicked. And he's like, I don't know, man.
Now,
I don't think we can get it.
So on both 4th downs, opted for a field goal, knowing he wasn't going to win this game. You wouldn't try on one of those?
I'll probably try one. But it all depends on the data. What am I getting? Like when the offense is on the sideline, I'm looking at the tablet. What kind of play am I seeing? Are my guys firing off the football? Is Byron Murphy whooping our butt? Is Jay Reed whooping it? There are things that factor into it.
Yeah.
Something tells me he just didn't believe they were going to get that.
No, absolutely. But in this case, they were in the 2nd quarter.
Yeah.
2nd quarter.
I'm completely fine with him going for it, but I'm putting myself in his shoes. He wasn't getting something from his guys to where he didn't feel comfortable going for it.
Yeah.
So he went with what he thought was best in that moment. I could totally see him going for it, though.
That's one thing that caught my eye after this one. I just found it to be an interesting debate about why you do or don't go for it. I think that a standard, like certainly from non-former players, will be like, what are you talking about? Are you absolutely insane? But it's always interesting to get the perspective of players and coaches who are like, you have to reward guys with something. So thought it would be fun to introduce the debate because that definitely caught my eye. What you got?
All right, what caught mis ojos? Chris Olave, baller, talented young man. 14 targets, 10 receptions, 57 yards, only 5.7 per reception, a long of 9 yards. This was a guy that I was concerned about, this receiving core in general, but especially him. He's the best receiver over there because they got some speed. You got Rashid Shaheed as well, Brandon Cooks. But they kept these guys in check. Shaheed had 42, Cooks had 24. Olave had 57 yards on 14 targets and 10 receptions. The secondary did their thing, forced Spencer Rattler to turn the ball over for the first time this year. Whenever you can hold a guy like Olave to those numbers, you're sticky on the back end.
I'm going to build off of this because it concerns Olave. So what caught my eye were a couple matchups between Olave and Darion Kendrick. You mentioned, hey, for a second consecutive week, he should have had 2 interceptions. One of those was when Olave was being targeted. It ends up being a pass breakup. I'm just blown away. I remember when he was added, we were at T-Mobile Park and we were covering a matinee Mariners game. So we were having our show from there. And I remember looking up just some background because I didn't know a ton about him at all. And I was looking at a Rams fan website, subreddit. I just wanted to see what's the tone, right? We know the information, but what's the tone? Rams fans were upset. They were deeply annoyed that the team had waived Kendrick and were also especially annoyed when they saw that the Seahawks had picked him up. And I was like, well, that's interesting. What do they know? Why are people so upset? And I feel like we're seeing why now.
Yeah, he's what was his name? He's DJ Reed now. The Niners dropped DJ Reed. You pick him up, and the Rams did that to Kendrick. Yep, didn't work. This dude plays with so much passion too. I watch him after a play is made. He's hyping up the sideline. He plays with a chip on the shoulder. He's not a very big person. We interviewed him. He's bringing an energy that this defense needed. He is always around the football. That is a sign of a great player.
Yeah, really, really physical. Okay, what's next?
All right, what caught my eye? It's obvious. Torrey Horton.
Oh, yeah.
95-yard touchdown. I went back. I was watching the film on that punt return. There are a couple things that happened. Speaking of Kendricks, he does just enough to block his guy. The guy who really springs him, I know we look at Chaz at the end blowing up the punt returner, but it's Bobo. And then I started looking at the guys out there. There's bodies on bodies. You see Bobo, you see Kendrick, you see Chaz, you see Russell, you see Derek Young. These are the guys who fill in the gaps on special teams. So yes, Horton needs the love. He set up his block. He saw the gap and he hit it. But Bobo was the guy who got him to that second wave. Once you pass that first wave, you get to the second wave. That's where big plays happen. Chaz finishes it off. But Jake Bobo, man, he was in the A gap. He rushes the punt, drops back into coverage, finds a body, links up. Bobo needs some love, man, because he made that thing go.
All right, next one very, very quickly here. If you would allow me a moment to point out a single negative critique from this game.
All right.
Again, you have more insight into why this team might have played the way they did in the second half, but I would like to point out that the Seahawks and Saints were both 33% on third down, which is just not good enough.
Yeah.
It's really hard to be critical when you beat a team 44-13. You had 5 total touchdowns. But I would imagine if there is 1, 2, 3 things that Mike Macdonald's going, let's try to improve this. It's third down, and I think it's primarily because it's been a trend, less so that it necessarily cost them in this game.
Yeah, and like you said, the second half kind of skewed that stat a little bit.
Yeah,
But yeah, you got to find something, and good job, coach. You found it.
Well, and some of these didn't even require a third down.
Mm-hmm.
So that ended up being part of it, too. Already some big news around the NFL. Looking at that next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Houston, you have a problem.
Strike 3 called and it's over. They sweep aside Houston.
It's the biggest series win for the Mariners in decades.
3 games in front of the Astros.
With the M's in the driver's seat to win their first division title in 24 years.
Whatever your job is, keep it going.
It's back home to T-Mobile for the final 6 games of the regular season. Tomorrow night on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. Home of your first place Mariners.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations, and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. When a spouse says, "Thank you, I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
After 35 years in the window industry, I know choosing the right team for your window or door project is a big decision.
Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Treating your home with care while offering top quality products is important to me. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards, reduce noise by up to 50%, and feature low maintenance clean glass technology. Combined with our leading leak armor installation and lifetime warranty, you get protection for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Where you hear Cal's quest for the MVP.
Goodbye, baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, two big injuries around the NFL. James Conner for the Arizona Cardinals done for this season, and Nick Bosa for the San Francisco 49ers done for this season with a torn ACL. Obviously, you never want anyone to get hurt, to suffer a season-ending injury. It's a bummer for that player, that team. Both, though, are impactful for the Seahawks in that these are two divisional teams, and these are two massive contributors on those teams' bump. So what does it mean moving forward for Seattle? You've still got games. You got two games against Arizona and one against San Francisco still.
It means that the run game shouldn't be as potent for the Arizona Cardinals. It means that you don't have to worry about Nick Bosa pushing your tackle into Sam Darnold to force a fumble to win the game. You lose some talent. It's going to be next guy up. One guy doesn't just completely deflate a team, but it does change the dynamics. I think that the Hawks felt like they should have won that first game. And with Nick Bosa out, they probably really feel like they should win it next time around.
Are we getting closer to Jackson Dart taking over for Russell Wilson in New York? It seems like just yesterday, and by yesterday I mean week 2, that we were talking about Russell Wilson having a fantastic vintage performance against the Cowboys. It ended up being a loss, but he had over 400 yards. Brian Dable, though, was asked post-game after a rough outing in week 3.
Yeah, like I said, we'll continue to work with Jackson, continue to develop him. He's done a nice job since he's been here, and again, we'll go back, we'll watch the tape, we'll sit down, we'll have our discussions like we normally have, and do what we think is best.
Russell in this one there was a horrible, horrible goal line sequence, just nothing but overthrows and then one bad intentional grounding play. I don't know, was it called intentional grounding or just a bad throwaway?
The one that hit the goalpost?
No, not that one. It's the first one of the play. The one that hit the goalpost is bad. Sailing it. It's like he can only do a deep shot. Like that's it. It was kind of a bummer, man. It's not that I'm like outright rooting. I have no real interest, but there is part of me that always wants like older players or players that have really hit a valley to just find the peak again. It's hard not to, right? You feel bad for people when everyone's piling on.
Especially when he showed you, week 2, that he's capable of having a big game.
And then this one, 18-32, 160, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Yeah, the up and down is what's going to get them. But you clearly see that they're trying to work Jackson Dart into the mix, right? He gets a few snaps a game. What I said week 4 he'd be done. So prepare Jackson Dart. He's gonna be in that thing.
Dang it. I forgot. I think I'm going to lose this because Aaron Rodgers is going to keep it moving. Let's talk about Caleb Williams' 4-touchdown game. This ended up being a 31-14 win over the Bears. This was head coach Ben Johnson.
Thought a number of guys played really outstanding football. 2 of the game balls went to Caleb. I'm looking at his numbers. 142.6 passer rating and 4 touchdowns. I thought he was really good. And the thing that you don't see on the stat sheet is he's getting a lot more comfortable calling those plays in the huddle. We were able to get out of the huddle a little bit faster, and we were able to get on the line and operate a little bit cleaner as well. So was proud of him for that.
This was not the first 4-touchdown game of Caleb's career. He threw 4 against Jacksonville last year in a 35-16 win, but I think it was just badly needed for a Bears team that wants some hope, that has high expectations. Oh, and by the way, this was the first 4-touchdown game where he didn't throw an interception.
You saw week 1 kind of it happening, right? You see the potential of this young man, but it's about him just understanding the offense, and the more he does, the better he will be. This is not a 1 year, it's all fixed type of situation. It's going to take the duration of this year into next year. And I think he's going to be fine. And I believe in Ben. I believe in that offense as well. As long as he has a strong run game, he learns how to operate under center. You got to remember, in high school and in college, he didn't take 1 snap under center. Not 1 snap under center. That is a game changer. So he has a lot of work to do, but he'll flash and have games like this to where you see the progress.
Speaking of the Cowboys, Jerry Jones said his team could use the picks they got from Micah Parsons to acquire another player.
To use that capital, you've got to have the opportunity to use it. And frankly, no matter what I had seen in these first 3 ball games, if I had the opportunity to really do some good with those picks, I would do it. And we've got them, and that's one of the advantages for, if you will, making the trade.
But do you feel more urgency maybe now after what you've seen?
Well, not necessarily. That implies that being more urgent, I can create an opportunity to use them. That usually doesn't work that way at all. You've got to have something that comes your way that's really special. And if you've got the currency to do it, which in this case it would be draft picks, we'll do it.
The Cowboys are 3rd in total offense through 3 weeks, Bump. That's despite, obviously, that loss in weeks 1 and 3. The offense is still cooking. Now, they did just suffer a pretty notable injury to CeeDee Lamb, who's got a high ankle sprain. Going to be at least a couple weeks there. And you obviously don't have the defense that you've had, but still, you have the number 3 overall offense, leaning heavily into the pass for those stats.
They're allowing 109 yards per game on the ground, right in the middle of the pack when it comes to defenses. That's all I'm concerned about. I'm supposed to be able to stop the run now. And your offense has never been a problem in Dallas. Dak Prescott, one of the best regular season quarterbacks we've seen over the past 5 to 8 seasons. It's about the defense. So I think Jerry Jones is using this as it's a long play. It's not a short-term type of thing. He's looking towards next year and the following year, which kind of irks people because you want that sense of urgency. Dak is not getting any younger.
Yeah.
It's hard to find quarterbacks. You want to maximize his talents now.
That's how I'd be feeling about it, is like prior to trading Micah Parsons, it sure looked like this was a window for you. Maybe not based on your performance the previous season, but based purely on the age of your best players and where their contracts are.
Yeah.
That was it.
And I guess who got hurt? CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
High ankle sprain.
Exactly. All right, we are opening up phone lines, and we're taking your calls, and we're going Mariners for this one. The question is, what has you believing in this Mariners team? Maybe it's a feeling you have. Maybe it was something you only started doing when they swept the Astros. Maybe it's a specific player like Cal Raleigh. Maybe it's Dan Wilson, or I don't know, just a feeling that's different. We were kind of inspired by our interview with Ryan Divish, where he said, look, this is the best team I've covered.
Mm-hmm.
This is the most talented team I've covered. And in his own experience and covering this team for years and years, he's like, other versions of this Mariners team don't get that done. They don't sweep the Astros. They don't perform in the big moment. They collapse. Maybe that's what has you believing. What has you believing in this Mariners team right now? We're taking your calls. 866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. That's coming up next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
Is that yesterday about as complete a team win as you can get?
I'd say it's probably the most complete win we've had in the last year or so. Yeah, it was a great win. It's also week 3, and when you watch the tape, I'm not saying this because you're doing the whole head coach doing the opposite thing, but there's plenty of stuff that we get it cleaned up and we got to do it in a hurry.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com.
From the roof to the deck, the siding to the gutters, and energy-efficient windows, State Roofing and Exteriors is your one-stop shop for home protection. With over 55 years serving Western Washington, we don't just work here, we live here. We know what your home is up against when the cold sets in and the rain starts falling. Right now, we're making it easier than ever to get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with 0 risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are off today, but open up a series against the Rockies tomorrow at 6:40. A win tomorrow plus a Yankees win over the White Sox clinches a playoff spot, while a combination of 3 Mariners wins and Astros losses clinches the AL West. That could happen as soon as Wednesday. Big injury news out of the NFC West this weekend. Adam Schefter reporting 49ers defensive end Nick Bosa has suffered a season-ending ACL injury. Meanwhile, Cardinals running back James Conner also suffered a season-ending injury.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. What has you believing in this Mariners team? Again, they can clinch a playoff spot as early as tomorrow with a win plus a Yankees win. They can clinch the AL West with a combination of 3, either Mariners wins and or Astros losses. That can happen as soon as Wednesday. So what has you believing in this team right now? Let's go to Isaac in Bothell. Isaac, what has you believing in this Mariners team?
They're just so mad about last year. I remember hearing players' voices. They were upset last year at how things went down, and they've got long memories. And hearing what they were talking about over the past couple games of, hey, we want to take this the right direction. We don't want to collapse like what happened before. And I just get the feel that they're looking at each other with steel in their eyes saying, let's do this. And we're going to hold each other to this sense of, we're not going to blow this again. This is our chance. Take it. Are you guys getting that vibe from them as well?
Bumper, you?
Yeah, there's a different type of focus and belief, I feel like, with this team. And I think a perfect example of just the intensity, too, man, was after the Robles catch. Like, you see the intensity in this team and the excitement that they play with. See, I'm with you 100%. They were teed off last year.
Yeah, they were. Thanks for the call, Isaac. And to answer Isaac's question, yes, I thought it was a good point. As he was talking about it, I was like, that's exactly the feeling I have. Again, going back to what Ryan said, look, the Mariners are healthier and have more talent. Like, that's at the core of it. I know we try to overcomplicate it with, like, they have the want to, but that doesn't mean that clubhouse culture or a mental toughness aren't hugely important. You know that. Like, the ability to outlast mentally and emotionally the competition is also part of that. So, yeah, I'm definitely feeling that. Have to agree with Isaac there. Going to Bobby, calling from Mill Creek. Bobby, what has you believing in the Mariners?
Anyways, thanks for taking my call. I love your show. Listen to you every day.
Oh, appreciate it, Bobby.
All right, I'm a lifelong Mariner fan since 1977. I remember the ugly. I remember most managers, Darryl Johnson, Chuck Cottier, Renee Lanchman, Jimmy Lefevre, and of course Lou Piniella. We got a little taste of success in '95, and 2001, of course, was a bad year because 116 games we blew it. But with that said, I want to give high thanks to Jerry DiPardo and ownership for stepping up and getting Naylor and Suarez here. And when I heard that news broke, I went, my very first sports bet ever made in my life. Went to the casino, put $100 on the Salem Mariners to win the World Series.
Stop. Do you know what the return is right now?
No, I got it for plus 1,700. Right now it's plus 550.
Oh, God. Oh, Bobby, I appreciate.
I'm a believer.
Okay, I'm gonna thank you for calling. I'm gonna take this topic with Bump here because I like this one. Bobby's finding himself believing in them, especially since the Suarez-Naylor trade. Said, look, when they did that, I placed a bet. That's how confident I was. And I'll say this: I love Josh Naylor. Like I was excited when they signed Gino because of what it symbolized and signified to the team as well, right? Naylor has become one of the most important acquisitions. Like they've nailed some midseason trades.
Yeah, when they acquired Naylor, the first thing I did, right, you look at his stats or whatnot, and then I just started looking at clips of him, and I remember seeing him getting buck with the Cleveland Guardians, and just like I go, yeah, I need that in my life. I need that type of energy. He hasn't gotten quite there yet, but he has shown the intensity and the potential. And I feel like he's allowed other people to do it as well, to like completely be themselves and buy into this intensity, because there's not many times in baseball you can exude that type of stuff, right? It's such I wouldn't call it a gentleman's sport, but there aren't many opportunities to just let your hair down and go crazy. And I feel like he's made it okay.
I've seen so many people say a version of they needed someone like this. And I can agree, but I have a hard time pinpointing exactly what this is. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with that. I don't know if it's like a seriousness or, to your point, an intensity or maybe just a good first baseman who can steal bases and hit for power.
Listen, you can be intense all you want. If you're not balling, then you calm that intensity down.
Nelson in Kent, what has you believing in this Mariners team?
So the offense is obviously on another level compared to past years. And, you know, I know DePoto, like if you were to look up quotes from Jerry before the start of every single season the last 3 years, you would see him say every single time, this is the deepest lineup we have ever had. And this year, after the trade deadline, that is finally true. So props to Jerry DePoto for going out and ownership for adding salary in Gino and Naylor.
Not Nelson giving Jerry DePoto props. I was just about to ask you what would actually make you give him some credit here.
So I'm giving him credit, but I'm also going to say, if you tease us with Josh Naylor and you don't extend him, that is going to, like, you're going to lose a lot of people with that. And another thing, so this team, why is it different? Okay, you have obviously Kirby, Wu, Logan. They're more mature now. They're growing. They're developing further. And offensively, yes, it's a better offense, but when you add somebody like Randy Rosarina last year and Josh Naylor this year, they're not superstar players, but those are guys, they have playoff history, and they have good playoff history of being productive players. It just adds a depth and level to your lineup that you did not have when you're trying to run these platoon bench bats. It's just, so again, props to Jerry for that. The Mariners are AL West champions. You can say it right now. They are AL West champions. That's not a jinx. They're going to be probably a 2 seed. You're going to have a home series for the first time since 2001. And the fans need to go out, and they're going to show up. They're going to pack it out. And I hope John Stanton sees that, and he says, man, I want to keep this going. So we're going to extend Naylor in the offseason. We're going to add. We're going to spend. You're going to do whatever it takes because the fans have been committed, devoted. They had so many chances to jump off, and they're here.
Yeah, I hear you, Nelson. I'm going to hang up so I can go to other people, but I hear you on that one, and I also hope that fans pack it out. Not only that, but that what I hope, just building off of a bit of what Nelson said, Bump, is that a playoff appearance, a playoff run, something really exciting prompts maybe a little more investment, maybe the recognition of like, oh, this is a baseball town. Like fans will lose their minds here. and then incentivizes rewarding that by, like Nelson said, extending Naylor or, being willing to spend a bit more or just being more aggressive in general, whatever it is.
You want the playoffs to be a realistic expectation, not a hope. And how does it become a realistic expectation? It's because you retain and acquire the talent that makes that realistic. I think at the beginning of the season, it was a hope. We hope they make the playoffs. The way they've been playing now, how some guys have developed, how the moves that they have made it a realistic expectation. But you got to build off of that. That's the main thing, is that we felt like they didn't build off of it the last time around.
Yeah.
And there's the core that's here right now is good enough to where if you keep them together and build around it, playoffs can become an expectation.
I am on the record, whether it's on Twitter or on our airwaves, saying this team's expectation should be to make the playoffs, but I don't think they're going to make a World Series. That's not my expectation. I'm on the record saying that, just like I'm on the record in, I think, April being like, Cal isn't going to hit 60 home runs. That's unfair to ask. Here he is at 58. But also, I've said, man, I feel like what this team is doing is like hoping that you can have a good enough wild card team to make a run and that's your window. This is the first time I've sincerely thought they could make a much deeper run than that, and that it would be built on talent as opposed to luck. This is the first time I can remember thinking that.
Yeah, it used to be, well, if they get hot,
Right.
they can make a run.
You
now
can make
it's
this
like, no, you
Royals-esque
just
kind of
be
thing.
who you are now. Just be who you are, and you're good enough.
Let's go to Ron and Puyallup. Ron, what has you believing in this Mariners team?
Well, we just won, 14 of 15? And we just swept the Astros, which is the team that's won the division, the last 10 years. And then number 3, we picked up Suarez and Naylor, and now our offense is as good, if not better, than our pitching. And so it's like you can't – we have strong pitching, we have strong offense, and actually the bullpen, the bullpen has come through. So we are playing on all cylinders. We're hitting on all 3 things. And, the thing is, we're going to win the West. We're going to win the West. That's like a given. We got 6 games. We only got to win 3. And we'll probably be the second-place seed. And so we'll have a home field. And we do have a legitimate home field advantage because we have a pitcher's park.
Thanks for the call, Ron. A lot there from Ron. I'm going to focus on just Bump, him saying it finally feels like the offense is better than the pitching. Statistically, it has been this year. You've been a top 3 team basically all year long in home runs. Not an average, but who cares, because you're stealing bases. You're doing everything else you should be doing. What I will say is that while the pitching has been a concern of both of ours, including the bullpen, over the entire season, post-All-Star break, they're top 10 ERA combined.
Yeah, it's it's a good feeling to feel like there's enough firepower to get into a shootout. You don't want to get into a shootout, right? You prefer, obviously, to be dominant, have your pitching be good, you score enough runs to win. But there are going to be days where one side of the ball or the mound or the bats aren't working, and you feel like whichever side falters just a little bit, there's enough on either side to kind of cover up some of those flaws. And the biggest concern has been with the bats. So I'm with that caller there. It's like you feel like, hey, there's enough here to where if you got to put up 7-8 runs because it's a bad day on the mound, you're good.
What has you believe in this Mariners team? 866-979-3776. Let's go to Chase in Tacoma. Chase, what has you believing in the Mariners?
It really boils down to the execution. I likened the team to a rope about 2 years ago. If the team itself is the rope, the expectations of the pressure on the rope, the talent makes up the fibers, and your knot is your execution. If your talent is not there and you put too much pressure, expectation on a team, that rope is going to snap. But even with all the talent in the world, if you're not executing, the knot in your rope is going to slip. Right now, this team has the talent, they have the execution, and they've just shown over the last 14 games why, they're in perfect pace right now to make an excellent run in these playoffs. So, yeah.
Thanks for the call, Chase. I like Chase's analogy for that one a lot, actually, which was because we've complained so many times, as have, any fan, Julio has all the talent in the world, but he's not clutch, or are you putting too much pressure on Julio? Earlier this year, we were having conversations, Bump, about, are you putting too much pressure on Cal? If they intentionally walk Cal, then what? Because Julio at the time was having kind of a not so great year.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been hitting ahead of Cal too. Not only does your lineup feel so much deeper, but to Chase's point, the guys that are supposed to be clutch are coming up clutch. So it's happening.
They're coming up
Great
clutch,
analogy.
and they're throwing the first punch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at this series. You scored in the first inning, got 2 out of 3, and then the third game, you scored in the second inning. Julio hits a bomb to get this thing going. JP hits a grand slam in the second inning. Was it second inning? I believe, yeah. Second inning to get this thing going. You're not waiting for the fight to come to you. You're taking the fight to your opponent.
Yeah,
and I think
you're an
that's the
offense.
difference between good teams, great teams, and the elite, is that the elite come out hot. They come out swinging. They're not elite yet, but they are a dang good team that's showing there's some elite qualities.
What has you believing in this Mariners team? Tony and Graham. Tony, what has you believing?
You know what? This is the most complete team we've ever had. And I'm talking even 2001. Like, everybody in 2001 had a career year. These guys are consistent all the time. We have the pitching. It's literally the best team. I'm 50 years old, so I've seen a lot of Mariner games. I've been to 27 home openers in a row. I've seen a lot of games. This team has me believing.
Thanks for the call, Tony. Bump, you've now spent, half your life, one of us, watching this Mariners team. Is this the best Mariners team you've seen?
Oh, yeah, by far. The team ain't been this good since I was playing World Series baseball on Sega Saturn in '98. But that caller said it's the belief that they can actually get it done. You're not hoping. You're not thinking you're going to get lucky. It's, let's go play this game. I played on teams where I knew 1,000 things had to go right, and I played on teams where I was expecting us to win this ball game. And there's a different type of feel, and the Mariners are approaching that.
Curtis, you were young for the 2001 Mariners, but you've seen, obviously, a lifetime of Mariners. Is this the most complete team you've seen?
Yeah. They have the offense that can match anybody's pitching staff, and as we've seen, when everybody is feeling good in that rotation, they have the arms necessary to go deep into ball games. The 2001 Mariners team had one of the best offenses I've ever seen in my life. You had Ichiro and Edgar in the same lineup. Like, that's ridiculous. And also Brett Boone, who had an MVP caliber season that year. But the pitching, I mean, you had Jamie Moyer, you had Freddie Garcia, you had those two guys to top your rotation, but none of them. Right, they weren't blowing it by opposing hitters the way that this Mariners team is doing. So I think, when you talk about the most complete Mariners team ever, 2001 is right at the top of the conversation. And I just think that 1 through 9 and also what the Mariners can do pitching-wise just kind of eclipses what that 01 team had.
Let's go to Andy in Puyallup. Andy, what has you believing in this Mariners team?
Hello?
Yep, Andy, we got you.
Nope. Okay. So what makes me finally believe is because this team is so good, there's no reason not to believe. The only reason that myself, my daughter, all of us fans don't want to get hopeful is just because of what has happened in the past. But this team isn't the teams of the past. This team has what it takes on paper, what we've seen on the field, to finally end our misery, and we just need to get past all of the years of disappointment because this team is that good.
Thanks for the call, Andy. Bump, are you ready to heal?
I'm healing.
Like Andy.
I'm not completely healed. I'm ready to heal. I'm ready.
I was thinking of you the whole time.
To turn the page, to start a new chapter. I'm ready for it. But I'm still waiting to see a few more things.
Yeah, Andy's point is one that's fascinating because there's like a tone shift that hasn't quite happened with the Mariners yet, where this team on Fangraphs, they've already written 100% making the playoffs. They have not clinched a playoff spot, but it says 100% with like 98% chance to win the AL West, heavily favored to take the 2 spot. And still, when we open the show going, man, playoff run, who do you want to face? I cannot tell you how many texts where people going, stop, don't say that yet. They haven't done it yet. You never know what will happen.
Yes, Fangraphs hasn't lived this life. They haven't followed this team and supported them. It's easy for them to throw those crazy numbers out there with their algorithms, equations, whatever you want to call it, whatever they came up with to get that number. Yeah. Us who live it day to day, we low-key scared.
Craig, what has you believing in this Mariners team?
Yeah, man, you guys kind of stole my thunder. I was going to bring up
Craig,
Josh Naylor. Josh Naylor, he has this mentality of like, I'm not here for your niceties. I'm here to punch you in the mouth and get the win. And I think he's brought some of that energy with him once he got to the scene. But another thing I think what's been really impressive is like this team's gone down, had some bad stretches, but they can rebound like.
This call is being recorded.
Way more than any other team in the past. It is all right. Well, I'm going to put that mistake in the past, and we're going to come back and get the W tomorrow.
Thanks for the call, Craig. 2 good points there. You and I both know we already agree with Craig when it comes to Josh Naylor. Still a fair point, Craig. But I also like his point about them not being down. Man, I go back to that series, swept by the Yankees. Everyone's upset. Everyone's mad. Season's over. You were still over 500 at the time, which I know sounds silly, but over 500 in an American League that was just weird in a year where I think Houston had already lost Pena at that point. And then what do? Sweep the Tigers. Next series. Hottest team in baseball at that point.
That's why I love baseball and I hate it. Because of stuff like that. And I love the journey, the marathon of baseball, but the little stages you go through when you're a team like the Mariners where you feel like, you can't afford to get swept and you're always on edge because you don't feel like maybe you get there eventually, but you don't feel like, you're the Dodgers. They'll win 7-8 in a row. Don't worry about it. They'll bounce back. There's too much talent on this roster for them not to bounce back. You're starting to get there, but when you're not there, the journey is frustrating at times.
Andy's there. He said, "Join me, Bump. Join me on this side."
You know what? Holla at me in a week.
Maybe even 2
Maybe
days.
less than a week. Yeah.
Maybe by Wednesday. Let's go to JR. JR, what has you believing in this Mariners team?
Oh, man, so many things with this call. First off, Sega Saturn drop by Bump. I love it. And they haven't lived it yet. Yeah, those stat people don't know this curse we've had of demoralization. But really, we have so many conversations in the Northwest about, stars got to be your stars, and they got to perform for you to succeed. And Randy Arozarena, he's a star in this league. And he just went darn near over, 3 for 35 or something. And we just dominated the Astros. And that's not going to last. Randy's a postseason guy. And our pitching staff just went through the lull that, thank God, happened pre-postseason. I don't know what's not to believe in this team other than history, and I'm over it.
I like the call, JR. Bump, if there's anything that has you hitting pause, not counting history, about this team right now, what would it be? JR's point, I don't know what's not to believe is a fair one.
That's it. And I just haven't seen it. That is it. Everything else says, why wouldn't you believe in a team that's hit the 3rd or 4th most bombs in a game? Why wouldn't you believe in Polanco, who has the most doubles in the last X amount of days? Why wouldn't you believe in a team that has the greatest catcher season of all time? Why wouldn't you believe in a team that has Julio, who low-key has had one of the best 4-year starts to anyone's career? Why wouldn't you? Why? Because we're scarred. That's why.
He's got a quiet, loud thing there where a lot of attention, but it's mostly criticism that he doesn't do more, and then quietly still finishes with these unreal stats. It's just a crazy run here. Generational run by Julio. Yeah. I have bullpen questions, not for your high leverage guys per se, although
that's all you need right now.
Yeah, but no, I definitely have. I think during your homestand and then the road trip you just had, your pitching was overwhelmingly lights out. It's not necessarily been like that all season, so I do still have some questions there. But overall, I think what matters is the context of the rest of the American League, right? Oh, you don't have a Cy Young winner in Tarek Skubal? Well, okay. I mean, Detroit, great club, just lost a 15-and-a-half game lead over the Guardians. So Guardians, great club. They've won, 14 of 16 or something crazy like that? Well, you also have the tiebreaker over them. Oh, and the tiebreaker over the Tigers. Oh, and the tiebreaker over Houston. Oh, and the tiebreaker over every other team competing for an American League spot with the exception of the Yankees, who, if the Blue Jays hold on to their spot and the Yankees hold on to theirs, you wouldn't even have to face until the ALCS.
Yeah.
So context of the rest of the league is also hugely important here.
Yeah, that's big. That's the full story right there.
We still have full lines. So do you want to just carry this over into 1:30? Let's do it. We got so many people.
Why you ask me if you're not going to let me answer?
Well, do you want to?
Sure, let's do it.
But, you want to, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Because, I want to know what, Demetrius thinks.
No, I'm with you. I was giving her
We have
time.
a chef. Chef Tay's calling.
Chef Tay?
Yeah.
Chef Tay.
Jim.
What you make?
He's on hold.
What's your dish?
Let's get to, okay, so don't hang up. We're getting to calls in a second. Quickly, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Guys are rocking out back there. The Mariners have the night off, so catch extra innings with Curtis Rogers from 7 to 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports. Your calls next.
Houston, you have a problem.
Strike three called and it's over. They sweep aside Houston.
It's the biggest series win for the Mariners in decades.
3 games in front of the Astros.
With the M's in the driver's seat to win their first division title in 24 years.
Whatever your job is, keep it going.
It's back home to T-Mobile for the final 6 games of the regular season. Tomorrow night on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. Home of your first place Mariners.
What's going on, Seahawks fans? It's Cliff Averill here. I'm inviting you to come hang out with me for a free game day viewing party at Muckleshoot Casino Resort for some Thursday night football on September 25th when the Hawks take on Arizona. We'll be watching on the big screen, giving away prizes, and I'll be chatting football with Seattle sports producer Maura Dooley. Join me Thursday, September 25th at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Find out more at muckleshootcasino.com. Please game responsibly.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
All right, as the weather starts to cool down, we head inside with those chillier temperatures, a little less daylight. We have more time to spend watching football, maybe keeping a close eye on the playoff chase. However, that also means we're a little closer to the chips, the snacks. They're waiting patiently in the pantry. A little less time outside. That can mean a little less time being active as well. Well, don't let the number on the scale increase this fall. Instead, watch it go down as you have the ability to lose almost a pound a day with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I honestly didn't believe it until I tried it, but then I lost 24 pounds in a month, 35 pounds after just 8 weeks, and it wasn't that hard. No injections, no surgery, no prepackaged meals, no counting calories. You don't even need to exercise. Yeah, this Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan really does work because it's about eating healthy, delicious food that you buy at the grocery store with not a ton of sacrifice or real difficulty. Book a time today. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com for a 15-minute consult. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
The intent for the training is always to, of course, make a better experience for the customer. But from my position, I would say I'm most proud of watching our own people grow.
I think a lot of us really do want the opportunity. I will work my butt off for an opportunity.
I started cleaning cars. Now I have this great opportunity to be a president of one of the greatest auto organizations I feel there is. And it's not that I was smarter than anyone. It's just I was around great people and always wanted to learn. So for me, it's super fulfilling to be able to pass that along to people and see people with the same drive and want to make a great life for themselves, right? So that to me is training. That's gratifying for me.
When leaders focus on growing people, this is where leadership becomes service and customers feel the difference. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Back to your calls. What has you believing in this Mariners team? We are going to Jim and Burien. Jim, what has you believing in the Mariners?
Bump and Stacy, thanks so much for what you do. You guys are really good at it.
Oh, thanks.
So, funny story. I was texting some guys after the game last night, some buddies that are younger than me, young enough to be my kids, and I texted them a meme of Mrs. Doubtfire, of Robin Williams dancing and sweeping. You guys remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, well, they didn't because they weren't born. And it made me realize that there's an entire huge group out there that have never experienced this before. Yeah. So I believe in the Mariners because I've felt this before. I've been through refuse to lose. I've been through having a bona fide, legit, competitive team that you expected to win, that at that time, the Mariners ruled this town. And so to have that feeling again is just awesome. Thanks for taking my call.
I'm with you, Jim. Thanks for the call. It was a great one. Because I always think of, I think of family members who aren't around anymore that were diehard Mariners fans, but then I think of younger people where it's like, we always talk about 95. Brady on our board right now wasn't even born.
No.
95 was not yesterday, y'all. Brady's a grown man.
It's 30 years ago.
Yeah. So let's go to Chef Tay. Chef Tay, what has you believing in this Mariners team?
How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on. What makes me believe in this Mariners team is the adversity that we had to go through. We've seen it in the years past where one of our pitchers get hurt, and that's the whole season. Well, we've faced pitchers getting hurt, multiple pitchers getting hurt, and we came back from that. We've been through the one-run games and not been able to score runs. Well, now we have bats to produce runs, and we're putting everything together. So just the things that in the past that we didn't have, that imagine if we had these bats when Felix was around, what we were able to accomplish. So just seeing that, being able to go through that adversity in real time, and just, that's what it takes. And we got it.
Thank you, Chef. Bump. It's a good point about, like, you've gone through obstacles. You already know. No, I mean, it's really, it's fair because you can say that for individual people, right? How many guys, let's say a top prospect, never struggles until he gets to the big leagues, and all of a sudden he hasn't built up the mental callus to be able to deal with obstacles. Let me tell you what, this Mariners team knows how to deal with obstacles. They know how to deal with failure.
We don't. That's the thing. That's why we're still skeptical of this whole thing, even though it's not going to take much for it to go down.
Failure?
But no, adversity is great, man, because when you get into tough positions, what do you tap into? And a team or an individual who's never been through adversity more than likely will panic in that situation or feel uneasy and not understand what they're experiencing and how to get through it. So since they've been through a lot this year, they're battle tested. They feel like they can handle anything. Let's
go to Demetrius in Kent. What has you believing in this Mariners team?
Thanks, Stacy, for taking my call. Stacy kind of stole my thunder. I was going to talk about the family members that have passed, especially for me, my mom, a little over a year ago. And she wasn't the biggest baseball fan, but going to Mariners games, which is some of the core memories as a kid. I believe in this team. It's the most complete team we've had. My dad, who's the biggest pessimistic M's fan, had a smile on his face, and he's overly confident that this is the year. And I just, there's no holes on this team. Bullpen's firing. Wu, Gilbert, Kirby are in the big game pitcher mantra right now. And our offense, Randy's been 1 for his last 35. No one cares, though, because 8 of the 9 are contributing, and we know Randy's going to perform in the playoffs. So sky high limit. I'm overly confident we're winning the West. I love where we're at right now.
Thanks for the call, Demetrius. I'm glad you still shared that about your mom. And I think you, me, a lot of other people have that in common. And I hope that there is a special part of you that is able to kind of enjoy this run and think of her. That's awesome. Demetrius says offense, defense, pitching, all firing on all cylinders. The second person also to point out that Randy's kind of cooling off and it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, you didn't even realize it.
You don't even.
Yeah.
It's okay. You can afford it right now.
Yeah, you can. That's what teams do. They pick each other up. One guy starting to struggle a little bit or cool down. The next guy picks up the slack. I look at Dom Canzone. Like, Dom is the perfect example of that. Dom's had his moments. Rivas has had his moments as well. Yeah, those are the two that stick out to me the most when you get the little splash of contributions.
Let's go to Peter in Tacoma. Peter, what has you believing in the Mariners?
That we finally have the same 8 position players going out on the field every night. We're not wondering who's playing third base, who's playing second base, and the lineup's staying pretty much the same other than the 7-8 hole with me changing the DH a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that.
I feel it. No more now, Bump. Yeah, I mean, you grew up a Dodgers fan. The best team in the league is still going to have a platoon sometimes somewhere.
Yeah.
When you got a platoon at multiple spots.
There's a point where we're waiting for the lineup to be released because we really, after 1 through 4, we're like, I don't know. Like, we'll see what they're going to put together. So, yeah, there's going to be some platooning on all teams to some extent. But when you can pretty much predict 75% of the time what the lineup's going to be, you're consistent.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying we got a healthy rotation at center and guard. Yeah. And you're like, I don't like that, actually. Having depth is cool. I don't want a healthy rotation of guys at center and guard, nor do I want to never know 5 through 9. Sean in Bothell, what has you believing in this Mariners team?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. What has me believing in this Mariners team is something that's long been seen in baseball. It's the superstition. It's the tradition, whether it's the rally caps or the mustaches. But for the Mariners, on September 5th, a random user on Twitter who's a Mariners fan paid an Etsy witch to break the curse on the Mariners. And since then, we have been 14-1. So I just advise everyone to sit back and watch greatness happen. We have something more powerful than any player backing us.
Thanks for the call, Sean. I'm going to combine it with Jason, who's been on hold. But Jason, I know you've been looking at the Etsy witch too. What has you believing in this Mariners team?
I was like, damn, 1 call away. All right. Well,
you're the final one, though. You got some time if you want to talk about other things.
Yeah. So I think Cal's going to hit 60, which is going to be awesome. We got Julio hovering around 300. Dom Canzone, who's been just a blessing to this offense, and a guy on our team that finally loves to hit in our stadium. So Jerry should have no excuse not to resign him that he didn't want to come here. So I just think we got all of it going for us, and that Etsy Witch was a blessing as well.
Thanks for the call, Jason. Kind of wrapping up those final two calls and thinking a lot about like when stuff just goes your way. There are times this team has felt maybe not snake bitten. They've actually been kind of fortunate this year there, which I know sounds crazy to fans, but I'm comparing it to some other clubs. But sometimes the teams that last, you know this, Super Bowl, World Series, doesn't matter, are also the ones that kind of have luck on their side sometimes. That is part of a story.
Yeah, luck is
like it or not.
Yeah, you need a ball to bounce your way, a ball to be called a strike to be called a ball.
A weird drop from a center fielder or a right fielder that otherwise is a really stellar, player that just so happens to drop a ball or make some kind of mistake.
Maybe a fan gets involved.
You
need all of that.
This has been fun. And I like that there are so many different answers here. I think that's very telling that there are a lot of different things. From an Etsy witch to being really encouraged by pitching on the road trip to loving this lineup. A lot of different things keeping people buying into this team right now. It's a Reaction Monday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
Is that yesterday about as complete a team win as you can get?
I'd say it's probably the most complete win we've had in the last year or so. Yeah, it was a great win. It's also week 3, and when you watch the tape, I'm not saying this because you're doing the whole head coach doing the opposite thing, but there's plenty of stuff that we get it cleaned up, and we got to do it in a hurry.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com.
Do you have a car you want to sell, but you don't want to go through all the hassle? I don't blame you. With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people just aren't comfortable selling their own car. So now here you are. You want to get the most money possible for your old car, but you don't want to sell it yourself. So what do? Stacy here with the answer. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets even better because once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most is, okay, but what's the catch? But there isn't one. It's simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auction, avoiding purchase fees and shipping and travel expenses allows them to offer this deal. They'd rather share that money they save with you rather than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay the same or more as competitors and share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you go anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers. It's only at Wayscar Ford, wayscarford.com.
Switching bath soap from sandalwood to tropical essence? That's glamping in the rainforest. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Tolling September 29th. Free good-to-go sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Hey, it's Brock Heward. My family did it, and it saved us thousands. You got to do it. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's free. See how much First Mark can save you and how much better coverage you can get. They work for you. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. I'm joined by Tim Hunter, who underwent treatment in February. Tim, what's it like to go through the CyberKnife treatment?
Well, you go in, you do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital, and it's, they say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It was just too easy.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate.
The push to the playoffs lives.
The catch made by Julio. He throws to second base. The double play.
On the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
What's going on, Seahawks fans? It's Cliff Averill here. I'm inviting you to come hang out with me for a free game day viewing party at Muckleshoot Casino Resort for some Thursday night football on September 25th when the Hawks take on Arizona. We'll be watching on the big screen, giving away prizes, and I'll be chatting football with Seattle Sports producer Maura Dooley. Join me Thursday, September 25th at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Find out more at muckleshootcasino.com. Please game responsibly.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I need to turn my mic on. Text your questions in for what I need to know, 866-979-3776. Bump, what sports retired players make for the best golfers?
That's tough, man, because I feel like quarterbacks and kickers make the best golfers, but you have to lean towards baseball because they understand the mechanics of a swing and the hand-eye coordination.
Brady's nodding, but I think you were right the first time. Who's the best person for all the celebrity tournaments or like private courses that you go to? Like, who's the best person that's a former player that you've ever golfed with?
I would say... I've never golfed with baseball with a former baseball player.
See, I was so close to waiting for you to say Reggie Bush and me to say I rest my case.
Nah, Reggie, nah. In that group, Reggie was good. Reggie's really good.
I mean, B-Walt's pretty good.
B-Walt is probably the best golfer I've golfed with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Former athlete, at least.
Yeah. So you golf with a lot of former NFL players.
That's my circle.
I don't think you've ever golfed with him, Bump, but John Smoltz, the Hall of Fame pitcher.
Oh yeah,
he's
nice.
He's been on the PGA Tour Champions Tour before.
Yeah,
2021.
Nice. See, that's the thing. And baseball players make so much money that they don't have to do anything else when they retire.
Yeah.
Just play golf.
Someone said, "What about Steph Curry?" But here's the thing: I've seen Charles Barkley, or was it Charles Barkley's swing?
Steph's got a nice swing. Yeah, Charles is awful.
Yeah, that was the one. So it's like he took away a lot of points because it's the league as a whole. So he undid a lot of progress with that swing. Unfortunately.
I think our basketball players are so tall.
They're too tall.
That it's weird for them.
Well, and
No one should
Steph
be over
is,
6 feet. I've always said that.
Steph is only what, like 6'3", 6'4",
Yeah.
so he's of basketball players, he's a more normal height than most.
What I need to know: what are the 3 best dipping sauces?
Campfire.
Okay.
That's a good one. That's good.
I mean, you got to go with ketchup, man.
Okay,
Ketchup,
okay,
the original, the OG,
okay.
triple OG, and barbecue.
Okay, interesting choices.
Mm-hmm.
Mine is honey mustard
I like that.
and aioli.
Of course.
Of course you do.
What do you mean? Of course, a lot of people
I
like
mean,
aioli.
of
It's
course.
incredibly
That's what I
popular.
mean.
And my third one would probably be ketchup or barbecue sauce, which I like on fries.
Ketchup's the
But
OG.
only fries and chicken strips and burgers.
What else you put ketchup on?
Did we miss one?
Hot dogs.
No, mustard
Someone said
only.
they shouldn't put ketchup on hot dogs.
I don't put ketchup on hot dogs. I think that's gross.
I don't put ketchup on my hot dogs.
Really?
You
Yeah.
do? You don't
Heck
even eat
yeah.
hot dogs.
If they're all beef, yeah.
So you go ketchup, mustard? Sir, that's a
I
burger.
go ketchup, mustard, relish.
I just go mustard.
Mustard only.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just mustard. Yeah. I think you eat hot dogs weird. Is there one we missed? I thought our top 3 was perfect.
Pretty good.
Some carryover there.
I mean, if
Ketchup
you're
and
eating
barbecue
wings,
sauce.
you want to have like ranch or blue cheese.
Gross.
One of the two.
Gross. Nope.
Hey, text line held me accountable. Yeah, Jermaine Curse. I've golfed with him. He's really good too.
Also another point for the NFL.
Jermaine
and in my
B-Wall
mind, the
might be the
Huskies.
same. Yeah.
866-979-3776. You wake up from a coma. The last 20 years have just been a dream. What's the first thing you do?
How's Kobe doing?
You're not gonna like the answer.
Well, it's been a dream. It's been a dream. So Bump wants to know, did I just dream this?
Is this real?
To that point, I think I would look up like who that is famous has passed and who hasn't.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson. You'd find out that he's passed away.
Yeah.
Michael Prince, Whitney.
That's 2005. That was a long
That's
time
when he
ago.
died?
No, Michael Jackson I think was 2009.
Oh, still.
Still.
What was
But
20 years ago? 2005.
2005, yeah. I mean, it's
I wish I wouldn't have said that out
2025.
loud. I regret saying that out loud. I should have just done the math on my phone.
20 years ago now, I mean, Hurricane Katrina, I think, was around this time.
It was the year
08.
before.
That was 05.
05, yeah.
Yeah. 866-979-3776. How happy would MLB be, as that's tough to say, how happy would MLB be with the Mariners-Yankees ALCS rematch with both MVP candidates head-to-head, same game? Mariners come out on top, of course. I think if MLB could draw up their ALCS, it would be those two teams. I firmly believe that.
Yeah.
From this year's American League, it just by product of where the Yankees and Blue Jays are going to go through, it has to be either the Blue Jays or the Yankees, so they're not
Should
going to
make them
face
play
each
on
other.
AstroTurf too if it goes down.
ALCS between the Mariners and Yankees at Houston's Park.
No, I mean like this playing surface, AstroTurf.
AstroTurf.
Oh, you thought legit the actual turf of the
I was
Astros
like, wow,
Stadium?
Bum, that's a level of petty I really respect. That's crazy.
Oh my God, in Houston? Neutral site?
No, the playing surface.
866-979-3776. Someone said tartar sauce. No. That's a very, though.
If you're eating like fish and chips, sure.
Yeah. I've never liked fish and chips.
That doesn't surprise me.
Why does it?
You don't like
You
good
have my
food.
back.
I mean, I don't like fish and chips.
Thank you. This half of the studio doesn't like fish and chips.
Okay.
Chips, fine. Fish,
and
no.
chips are great.
866-979-3776. I have one here about this one was about getting over trauma from the Astros. This person said, why isn't Dan, we know that Cal's in the running for MVP and a deserving candidate, but why aren't we hearing about Dan being in the running for manager of the year? I think because this was a playoff roster.
That is the manager of the year, like coach of the year. manager of the year in baseball is they have the least influence on any sport.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey, basketball, football. That's always a weird one to me. Like, oh, your team's good. Manager of the year.
Yeah, I feel like
well, it's going to go.
probably Toronto's manager, John Schneider. He's probably in the running for it.
Yeah. Houston.
Maybe Stephen Vogt in Cleveland. I don't know.
Yeah, with how hot they've been. That's crazy.
If the Tigers don't gack this away, maybe AJ Hinch.
Bump. A question just for you. They said, have you seen Uncut Gems yet?
I haven't. Let me put that on my phone.
Uncut Gems. Let's see. 866-979-3776. If Cal was hitting at Yankee Stadium, how many home runs would he have?
75.
I have no idea, actually.
I'm sure there's I
think
Baseball Savant would say, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's still true, but I think at one point this season he would have had less home runs hitting in Yankee Stadium than he would in T-Mobile Park, which is wild to say. Expected home runs by Park, he would only have 46 home runs if he were in New York.
Still looking to break that record.
I
My
mean,
favorite thing, don't tell Yankees
50
fans.
would be within
Don't tell
reach.
Yankees fans because they're going to just use it against. I saw someone the other day tweet, and none of his home runs have even been newsworthy.
If Cal were a member of the A's, he'd have 66 right now.
Wow.
Stupid. It's stupid.
We would be talking about, can he get to 70 heading into the final homestand?
Talking about Bob's record. Wyman and Bob coming your way next on your home for the Mariners playoff push. Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Houston, you have a problem.
Strike three called and it's over. They sweep aside Houston.
It's the biggest series win for the Mariners in decades.
3 games in front of the Astros.
With the M's in the driver's seat to win their first division title in 24 years.
Whatever your job is, keep it going.
It's back home to T-Mobile for the final 6 games of the regular season. Tomorrow night on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. Home of your first place Mariners.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought?
Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle.
What are you doing?
Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at PCF Construction. It was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24 24/7, 365 days a year because riders deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource riders can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Rain is coming. Is your roof ready? The rainy season is approaching fast, Seattle, and 3 Tree Roofing has your roof replacement covered. Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Their professional installers guarantee a seamless replacement this rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations, and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. When a spouse says, "Thank you, I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners get a much-deserved, well-earned day off today before their final 6 games of the regular season. They'll welcome the Colorado Rockies to town starting tomorrow, but basking in the glory of a 3-game sweep of the Houston Astros, Mariners can clinch a postseason spot as early as tomorrow if they beat Colorado and the Yankees beat the White Sox. That clinches a spot for the Mariners. They can clinch the AL West as early as Wednesday with any combination of Mariner wins and Astro losses adding up to 3. So a lot on the line. Meanwhile, news in the world of the NFL, not good for the 49ers. Their worst fears were confirmed today. Tests showed defensive end Nick Bosa suffered a torn ACL on his right knee. He is done for the season. The tear is clean, but it'll still require season-ending surgery. This is the second season-ending ACL injury of his career. He tore his ACL in the left knee in Week 2 in a win against the New York Jets back in 2020.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com on a beautiful Monday, made even more beautiful by the sports weekend we had once again. Another tremendous weekend. I hope everybody had a great weekend outside of the sports, but really, sports are the priority. Come on, let's be honest. Let's be honest. There's life and then there's sports. I mean, we'll let you figure out what's more important. But what a huge weekend. What an absolutely huge weekend. The Mariners are rolling, to say the very least, pulling off, I'd say maybe an improbable sweep. Not a win of the series that was improbable, but I don't think most people would be betting that they would have swept the Astros on the road and would have had a 5-1 6-game road trip based on how previous road trips had gone.
Yeah.
Massive. Seahawks demolish the Saints. Huskies win the out. I guess the only people that are not happy this weekend are Cougar fans.
The Cougs.
Yeah.
The guy that was sitting in that chair right there.
They hung in there for three quarters, and then the wheels came off.
Yeah.
But, I mean, just overall, come on, man. What an amazing, amazing weekend. And I was on the edge of my seat for all three of those games.
Yeah. I mean, and to me, I thought the most exciting thing for me, I mean, I love that the Seahawks took care of business and everything, but just hearing everybody, like Bump came in from doing the post-game show, and he's like, and I was, listening to Macdonald and all the interviews and everything, and he comes in and says, JP hit a grand slam. And I was just so excited. And then you can hear everybody in the press box, like, chiming in and saying, reporting the score and just talking about it. I mean, that was so cool. I mean, look, every game is important in the NFL, but I mean, sweeping the Astros, I mean, your arch rival, this is huge, man. This is massive as far as being a sports fan right now, and something that people have been sitting around waiting for a long time, and something that we've been talking about for a really long time, that they get to this level, and they're there, and it's legit.
Well, and there were times not that long ago within recent weeks where it felt like this isn't going to happen. This team's in a free fall. Things are going wrong. They can't win. They're losing games they should win. The road is killing them. They're terrible on the road. The pitchers are completely different on the road. I mean, we were just searching for answers. What is happening here? And you fast forward to 6 games left in the season, and you're right there. And again, in case you guys just tuned in and missed the snapshot, the scenarios there are that the Mariners can clinch a postseason spot as early as tomorrow. So if they beat Colorado tomorrow and the Yankees beat the White Sox, are they the 2 worst teams in all of baseball? They're 2 of the worst. I think the Colorado Rockies are the worst. I have to see where the White Sox are. But so if both those things happen tomorrow, Mariners are in the playoffs. So you got your postseason secured with that. They can clinch the AL West as early as Wednesday with any combination of Mariners wins and Astros losses that add up to 3. So there you go. Could happen as soon as Wednesday. Tomorrow you could clinch the postseason. It's an amazing, amazing run. They are a Matt Brash collapse away from a 15-game winning streak. They had that game.
Yeah.